So drinks has been good, and we are set for the resumption of the action. 140 for 2. Naim Sheikh is on 86, and Mitun, he is on 22. The captain looking to put up a good knock today for the Bangladesh A team, and it's Sherman Lewis prising on from the Kaimaji end, and Greg Wilson prising on in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Greg. Well, good morning. It's still 3 minutes before the half 12. So good morning, Greg Wilson.
Yes, good morning. It's not been a good morning for the West Indies team.
2 straight there. Philip getting that one, releasing that one quickly. A Sheikh, it has been his show all morning, Greg.
Yes, certainly it's the Sheikh Mohammed show. It really has struck the ball delightfully today to almost all parts of the field. Certainly been severe on anything shot outside the off stump.
And as soon as you say that, there's one shot outside the off stump, but just finding the fielder. It's approaching 30 overs here, 20 to go after this. Wickets coming from Lewis and Charles. Philip is warming up at a short fine leg. Maybe we can see him introduced very shortly. Down the leg side, wide, signaled by umpire Dayton Butler. Does some stretching, umpire Dayton Butler, a good friend, a good guy. Umpire Carl Tuckett, umpire Christopher Taylor. All of these guys who have been here for the entirety of this tour. They've been really good to us. The umpiring has been top notch as well. This one cut away. Past Shamar Springer for 4. Takes Naim Sheikh now into the 90s. He's on to 90.
Yes, short delivery again there by Sherman Lewis. And Naim getting on top of the bounce. Just had to beat Shamar Springer at the cover region, and there was always going to be 4 runs. So again, a bit of loose bowling there by the West Indian fast bowler Sherman Lewis.
This one is pulled hard. 4 more consecutive boundaries from Muhammad Naim Sheikh.
It's as if to say that he is not learning from his mistakes. And another short pitch delivery, and this time was pulled out through the mid wicket. So the previous one was spun through the cover, and next delivery pulled through mid wicket. So certainly Naim is in total control, just 6 runs short of what would be a well played 100.
And he's asking, and he's telling everyone, what are the nervous 90s? I don't know about that. Have a look at that shot. He's looking elegant, to say the least.
Indeed, certainly a man in total control out in the middle, and certainly he has given up one chance, but it looks like he is the only one who is going to just give away his wicket. The bowlers seem to have no answer to the onslaught of Naim Mohammed.
Yes, certainly, and the 150 comes up with the single in that last delivery, and Sheikh is on 95, 5 runs away from what would be a well-deserved century here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And Anderson Phillip is going to take up the attack from the media centre end.
Yes, Philip certainly needs to come and get a wicket for the West Indies. The projected score now 250. Easy single taken there by Mohammed. So get to 96. Could be just one scoring short off from 100.
Yeah, and the manner in which he is going at the moment, I won't doubt it.
Certainly might very well bring up his centering style.
Opening the face there, but he finds a fielder, Mithun, and Philip would have had the wicket of Mohammad Naeem Sheikh in that first game, caught by Brian Charles at slip. To a short and a wide delivery. Philip would remember that. Sheikh would remember that as well. While Philip would be looking to repeat that, I think Sheikh would be looking to get his 100. That's most important to him right now.
To Mithun again on the onside. He's been given an easy single. For Sheikh, I could understand him being that aggressive. Perhaps could drop the fieldsman back a bit. But Mithun is quite contented in just dropping the ball and get an easy single to put Mohammed back on strike.
Here runs have been coming too easily for the Bangladesh A team. No real pressure being put on them this morning early on. I think that allowed them to play so freely that they just escalated their innings as the time progressed, and it really, this innings of Mohammad Naeem Sheikh sets the platform for someone like a Sabir Rahman to come and explode in the final 10 to 15 overs. Slower delivery there from Philip. Just one to Naeem Sheikh.
Well, Naeem certainly is prepared to ease his way to the 100, full ball, but he didn't play any shot in anger. He was pretty much contented in just pushing the ball down through the long on fielder. Certainly he has done all the hard work into the 90s and is not prepared to just give it away.
Slashed backward of point for 4. Mohammad Mithun standing firm and slashing that one nicely.
Yes, Mithun getting in on the action there. Philip just a bit short outside the off stump, just giving him enough room to be able to free the arms. Again, need to be attacking the stumps a little more. Batsmen are cutting and driving too freely outside the off stump.
Silva looking to make a change here now. It's going to bring in a Brian Charles. Not Brian Charles Lara, but Brian Charles, the off spinner from Trinidad and Tobago. Brian Nigel Lennox Charles. Lovely names. Heard his teammates call him Charlo.
Well, most Charles are called Charlo.
So Naeem Sheikh won it away from his century, and he just defends up the track to Brian Charles. Whipped down to long on. We'll have to wait a little longer for that century. 98 now, 2 runs away. As the Bosejo Hills, the evergreen Bosejo Hills, looking in spectacular condition around the Darren Sammy cricket ground here in Grossillet. Mithun playing farmer, doing some gardening, using his feet, and gets 1. So Sheikh is back on strike. Any moment now we could see a century from Muhammad Naim Sheikh. Edged, and this is going to run away for 4, and that would take Muhammad Naim Sheikh to his century. What a magnificent century by the left-hander from South Dhaka. Everyone in South Dhaka would be standing in acknowledgement of the number 12 left-handed opening batsman. And what a celebration, the helicopter celebration from Muhammad Naim Sheikh. Lovely knock there, Greg Wilson.
Lovely knock indeed, and I love the celebration. He's certainly happy to get through to that milestone. Good knock indeed. Just gave that one chance to Justin Grave at the point region. But since then, he has not looked back, and certainly delightful scenes out in the middle there. Naim getting to his 100.
Well, there's normally a saying in the Caribbean: 0 to 100 real quick. And he had a duck in the first game and now 100. So 0 to 100 within games. A good knock by Naim Sheikh as the over comes to an end. It is 164 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and the Bangladesh projected score there, 257. And they are back with the scoring rate of over 5 now. So certainly the signs are not looking good for West Indies if they are unable to pick up some more wickets. The platform will be set. The last 10, the Bangladesh team can really go big, and there's a possibility they may be chasing well over 280 to 300 runs.
I think if West Indies can hold the Bangladeshis down to under 250, I think they'd be happy from this point on. If they get past 250, Greg Wilson, it could very well be a daunting total for the West Indies team, and I think they would consider themselves a bit on the unlucky side, coming out from shutting the Bangladeshis out for 80 in that first game. But you have to applaud the Bangladesh batting unit thus far for standing up, standing tall, and fighting back from such a defeat.
Yes, it's a good comeback, good fight back. It's a good effort, and it's a lesson for the West Indies team as well, because there are times they have found themselves, on the wrong end of things, and it's difficult sometimes for them to come back from, playing bad cricket in one game.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround, and we were saying earlier that maybe the confidence of the Bangladeshis may be a bit low coming in from that game. They have not shown that at all, if anything.
Yes, the guys they came out with a positive intention, and anything loose, they have really pounced on it, and West Indies have really aided them in not bowling the sort of tight lines which they did in the first game of the series.
This one is into the air and he's gone. What a tame way to get dismissed after getting to your century. A short delivery from Anderson Phillip, and it wasn't handled well. It took the top half of the bat. I was cramping him for room as well, and Graves making amends this time, taking the catch.
Yes, again, just what I spoke about earlier, in that the short balls, they were not properly lined, unlike the first match where you saw the short pitch deliveries, they were at the body of the batsman. But Sheikh Mohammed on these arms on too many occasions, but this last delivery, it was short, quick, but it was at his body and was unable to really dispatch it. So good inning, good end to his inning there. He would be pleased with his effort, but a bit disappointed that it ended up in a soft dismissal.
Yeah, definitely so. And he was going so nicely, but he was dropped early on in his innings, Greg, by that man, of course, Justin Graves, who has now taken the catch to dismiss him. Anderson Phillip again, he seems to have Sheikh's number in this series. He seemed to have found it now, because when he got to the stadium, maybe he had left it at the hotel, Greg, finding back the number a bit late, and he was able to dismiss him. But a well-played knock nonetheless of 103.
Yes, well played indeed. He could be pleased with his effort, and the Bangladesh team also would be happy with the sort of platform he was able to set, the sort of launching pad that they would have now to perhaps go on to get a score of over 250.
Yeah, and Naeem Sheikh would be right up there with some of the greats who have made one-day centuries at this ground. Although this is an unofficial one-day match, so many players would have made one-day international centuries at this ground, as Shahadat Hussein Deepu comes out to the middle to face up to Phillip. First delivery is a dot one to Deepu. And Marcus Trescotty, he would have had the highest one-day international score at this venue for England back in 2004, the 1st of May, against the West Indies right here. And so many guys who would have scored centuries: Chris Gayle, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, Marlon Samuels, Ahmad Shahzad of Pakistan, Kyron Pollard, and even Lou Vincent would have scored centuries here at this venue. One-day international centuries, that is, Greg Wilson.
Yes, the innings of Trescotty, I remember that inning pretty well. That was a back-to-back one-day, 2 one-days that England had against West Indies right here. I remember watching that game from the Pakistan.
Good delivery there from Phillip, as the over comes to an end. At the end of it, it is 164 for 3. Naeem Sheikh departed in this over that was just been completed by Phillip for 103.
Yes, good over there by Phillip to dismiss the Centurion. And as you did indicate a little early on, if West Indies could perhaps just pull things back and kept where Bangladesh perhaps below a score of 250, they would have considered themselves to have done a good job, considering the sort of platform that has been set so far.
Yeah, certainly. As you're mentioning, that innings by Michael Trescotty, and of course, was presented by a list of statistics on ODI cricket at this ground by Mr. Roland Cox. I want to say special good afternoon to him and thank him very much for his great work that he has done in putting together all of these statistics. A top statistician, Roland Cox.
Certainly one of the best in the Caribbean, and I could tell you that he has quite a bit of statistics that you could have a look at.
Loud appeal for leg before, and he's given. I was just about to say that Brian Charles has come in and he's looking to strike, and there he is striking to remove the captain of the Bangladesh A-team, Mohammad Mithun, for 28. Here's a look at that again. Full, too full to be sweeping.
Oh, certainly he was plumb.
And plumber than a plumber fixing a pipe, Greg Wilson.
Looked like this one would have missed leg, it could only hit one stump. That would have been the middle stump.
Well, the middle of middle stump.
So good wicket there by Brian Charles. Again, the two set batsmen, they go in within 2 overs there for Bangladesh. So they would not be too pleased with those 2 quick dismissals. And that of the 2 set batsmen.
Yeah, where were the wickets going to come from? We were asking that question. Well, Anderson Phillip has taken 1. Charles has taken 1. So he picks up his second, Brian Charles, and he now has 2 for 28. This has been a good spell thus far from him.
Yes, into its 8th over. Thought that he was introduced a bit late into the attack, but certainly from the time he came in, he has kept things a bit tight, and he has picked up wickets.
Yeah, definitely. And 164 for 4. Just a short while ago, it was 164 for 2.
So West Indies now need to get in a few overs in quickly before those batsmen could get going. Because with 2 relatively new batters at the crease, good time to get in at least 4 to 6 overs in as quickly as possible with very little score being coming off those overs.
Yeah, in comes Shabir Rahman. Shabir Rahman, who of course would have been included in that Asia Cup 2022 squad for Bangladesh. That's the man has just been introduced to the middle after the fall of the wicket of the captain. Is Charles, who gives up a single early in the innings of Sabir Rahman, who's off the mark. He's off and running. That would feel good.
Yes, as a batsman, you want to get off the mark as quickly as possible.
Lots of overs still to go in this innings. And Deepu is off and running as well. Sharat Hussain Deepu turning that one off the legs and picks up an easy single. So Shabir Rahman, 30 years of age, approaching 31, and he is someone who has been around for quite a while in Bangladesh cricket, and he would have really worked his way up the ranks as well. He would have shot into the limelight with an 18-ball unbeaten 33 in a gold medal match of the 2010 Asian Games against Afghanistan. Bangladesh would have needed 44 from the last 5 overs of that game, and Shabir would have coolly, just like how he played that forward defense, he would have coolly struck 3 sixes to ensure the country's first gold medal in the Asian Games itself. That's something for you, Greg.
Certainly that would have been a momentous occasion there for the country and Shabir himself. So certainly has a bit of batting pedigree.
Yep. He's a big hitter of the cricket ball, and he would have participated in the 2010 under 19 World Cup. Of course, prior to that knock in the Asian Games, he would have earlier turned the heads. There's big spinning leg breaks in the Dhaka club scene. Here's Phillip, who started the counter-attack for the West Indies A team after he picked up that wicket of Mohammad Naeem Sheikh. And if you're just joining us, out of this 166 that you're seeing on your picture at the moment, Mohammad Naeem Sheikh has scored 103, and skipper Mohammad Mitun would have scored 28. That's 131 of that runs would have been scored by those 2 batsmen. This one played away nicely. So many great batsmen plays that shot well, Greg Wilson. That dab down to third man very late. One who does it so well, and I just admire the way he does it, is Kane Williamson.
Yes, it's always a good area to get runs once it is vacant. And it's not a high risk shot either.
Not at all. Sabir Rahman, he's due for some runs for the Bangladeshis. You'll know that. He's been out of the setup for a while. He's come back in. He's a hard worker. He's a very hard worker, Sabir Rahman from Rajshahi. And speaking about his experience, he's played 11 test matches, 66 one-day internationals and 44 T20 internationals for the Bangladesh senior team. And he has an ODI 100 to his name as well. And the thing is, for Sabir Rahman, he would have had some good performances. He would have had starts in his recent List A matches against Sheikh Jamal, participating in that tournament for Rupganj, El Rupganj. Would have had a 36 against Ghazi Group 90, against Abahani Limited 38, and against Prime Bank 26. So some starts and not carrying on. This one into the air. There is a fielder out at a deep backward square leg. Only one to Rahman. So those two wickets now, Greg Wilson, brings two right-handers to the middle. So that would settle the minds of the West Indies just a bit. But as, you know, a bowler, as the bowling unit, you picked up two wickets. You don't want to let up this little pressure that you're building up here now. You're fighting back and you want to continue to fight back. You want to continue to pick up wickets.
Yes, Western is into the midst of a good little spell, and having seen the back of the two set batsmen, two new batters at the crease now. They've only faced 8 and 6 deliveries so far. So you want to keep the pressure as long as possible, and by doing so, the run rate certainly would have decreased, and the projected score, you perhaps could limit it as well. And by building pressure also, there's a fair chance of picking up a few more wickets.
This time Rahman is scooping this one down to a fine leg. Springer does exceptionally well to chase down that one, but in the process, Rahman gets
I think an adjustment certainly need to be made to the field. We saw early on the batsmen who were taking easy single in the driving the ball through the long on region.
Yeah.
The fielder was taken from the short foot man and sent across.
Quicker. And a slide there from the fielder, all in, you know, the fun. Not to stop it. It was well away from him.
But I think what best should have been done was to bring in the man from the long on boundary into the long on region.
Yep.
These are two new batters. If anything, encourage them to go over the top early if they want to.
Very much so. This one takes the outside edge and easy runs here again.
You see?
And
Just what I was saying. The man, remember, there was a man at short foot one and he was removed from this position. So there are areas which the captain is opening up and he's making it easy because these batters are new batters at the crease.
I would have brought up my long on and long off fielders, maybe my long on fielder, and I would have left the deep mid wicket and the sweeper on the offside. And what I would have also done, Greg, was brought in a slip. Two new batsmen.
Because if they want to chance their hand very early in the inning, then so be it.
Exactly.
But to just allow them to take easy singles at will like this, you're just going to, the scoreboard is ticking and they're also going to be building their confidence.
This time he's sweeping this one away for 4. Connection to perfection.
Yes, sweeping from outside the off-stump, but this was a full delivery and really just picking the gap. So good execution there by Chabert.
Yeah, the backward square leg fielder and the wide short fine leg fielder both inside the circle. So easy pickings there for Shabir Rahman, and there goes his experience for you.
Yes, certainly a very expensive over there by Charles. Some 10 runs coming off this last over.
The St. Michael's born and bred Shamar Springer is back with us. And this one down the leg side, the silver cannot get onto it. But the fielder comes around from fine leg. And they'll get 2. Leg by signal by umpire Tuckett.
West Indies just seems to just be easing up the pressure after the loss of those 2 quick wickets that Bangladesh just had.
Yeah, so quickly you've seen Shabir Rahman going on the 11, sorry. Again there, Greg, an easy single on the onside. If anyone I'd want to be bowling to at the moment, it's Shahadat Hussain Deepu.
Yeah, West Indies really are not making life too difficult out in the middle for those 2 batters. They are picking up those 1s and 2s too easily.
Wide by Tuckett gets into the act. So 2 leg buys and a wide already in the over. And of course that just tells you that the radar from Springer not right in this over.
And the rate is back up to 5.
So Shabir Rahman, all the experience that he has, just quietly finding the gaps, all the gaps that is there. That's what good players do. They find the gaps, pick them, and they get runs. When I speak about great players, I speak about Greg Wilson.
Not in that mode there, sir.
Too short this time from Springer. And he's being warned. 1 for the over.
So 182 for 2. Certainly a good launching pad for 4. Sorry, a good launching pad for Bangladesh.
Looking to uppercut that one there. Shahadat Hussain Deepu came back into him too close for him to play that stroke. But I see what he's trying to do. The third man fielder is so wide. He's looking to access that region, that big gap, which is good. He's to pick the ball. Again, down the leg side. Springer, what are you doing?
Yeah, certainly he's struggling in this over. Second wide that is bowled in this over. And we also had 2 leg buys up. The first delivery, ball that was angling down the leg side. So certainly he has not gotten it right. Okay, on this occasion.
Great stop there by Tevin Imlach, diving away to his left. Deepu this time though, making connection to that delivery outside the off stump. He was looking to do that on a number of occasions, and he gets 2, and that ends the over. At the end of it, it's 186 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Springer on this occasion really has not gotten the radar right at all, and he would need to settle in quickly, see if he could get among the wickets.
Well, it has all been the Mohammed Naim Sheikh show today. 103 of 117 before he was dismissed by Anderson Phillip, caught by Justin Greaves. Saka, he went for 6, and Greg is just pointing out that amazing figure of 14 boundaries in that 103, Greg.
Yes, so clearly that tells you that he was feasting on quite a few loose deliveries that was served up to him.
Single down to long on. And Greg was saying earlier that those fielders long on and long off could have been brought up inside the circle to try and limit those easy singles and ask the batsman to go over the top.
Yeah, because they are just coming into the crease.
There we go again, another easy single. And at the moment, the Bangladesh A team, in the form of Sabir Rahman and Deepu, would relish that, just getting a feel of what the track is doing, so they can launch in the final 10, final 5 as the case may be, when they do choose to.
But you see how easy it is for the Bangladesh batters to get the ones and rotate the strike. And that is the difference when West Indies batters are at the crease. It's so difficult for them to manipulate the ball into the gaps and to get the ones and twos at will.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on themselves when that happens. In the last 4 deliveries, we've seen 4 singles.
And we have not seen any change in the field.
And as easy as you like, final delivery of the over is a single, and that takes the score to 191 for the loss of 4 after 38.
It's a good intelligent batting there by Deepu and Sawer, really hitting the ball into the gaps and picking the runs at the wheel. So the captain, the Silver, certainly needs to put on his thinking cap and need to make scoring a bit more difficult for the batsmen, because with some 12 overs remaining in the inning and with just 4 wickets down, West Indies will need to pull things back a bit. If not, they may very well be looking at a score of over 160. I'm 260, sorry.
Yes, and Brand Charles completing his spell, 2 for 45 in 10 after that last over. 2 for 45 in 10 for the off spinner, Greg. A good spell.
Yes, a good enough return.
Kept things tight. He was taken to the boundaries on a number of occasions by Mohammed Naim Sheikh, but otherwise he's really held down on scoring. Most importantly, he was able to prize out 2 wickets, and one at a very crucial time as well. Springer continuing to Sabir Rahman. come back by Springer in this over. Cramping Rahman for room, making it difficult for him to maneuver those deliveries.
Much better bowling on this occasion there by Springer. The deliveries are angled at the body of Shabir, which is what I was saying earlier on. This is the sort of bowling we saw in the first game, but not consistently done this time around.
Just like that, just string in line. Lets up the bit of pressure that was being built up.
Springer has made a change to the field, bringing the man at the long on in and drop the mid on.
So dot delivery to end the over, and at the end of 39, it is 192 for the loss of 4.
Yes, just one run coming off this last over ball there by Springer. Certainly a much better over. Number of those deliveries were back of a length, but and at the body of the batsman. And one would hope that with some 11 overs left in the inning, that the West Indies would make an effort to really look to pull things back and more so perhaps pick up a few more wickets.
In the meantime, Greg, while the players are having a drink of water, good old Sean Alcindor have dropped off the meals that he'll be having for lunch, and there goes Michael Rupwa.
Well, Michael look like he can't wait. You can't blame the guy.
Well, he's saying that Greg didn't bring any chenet today, Aki or Guineps, as the case may be.
Through no fault of mine. I passed along the route on 2 occasions this morning, and the vendors, they were not around.
Yes, Greg with his lovely sweet chennets. And Michael Rupwa is smiling, which tells me that Sean has delivered a good lunch.
Certainly he couldn't wait for this last 11 overs to be bowled.
Preston McSween is back. Down the leg side, wide signal by umpire Dayton Butler. Preston McSween swapping ends.
Yes, 13 extras so far in the innings.
So after bowling that wide delivery, he's now decided to come around the wicket. Different angle. That would assist him as well in altering his line. And he is bowling to Sabir Rahman. This time Rahman is pulling this one away, too short and too straight, and he gets inside the line of it and pulls it away for 4.
The loose delivery by McSween. Short No real pace, just straight at the body of the batsman, Sabir Rahman, and just gets this one backward of square down to the boundary for 4. So another easy scoring shot, easy scoring opportunity for Rahman.
And that takes Bangladesh 18 to 197. 3 runs away from 200. They would have all of the last 10 overs to enjoy themselves. Worked away easily for one. Brand Charles chasing that one down. Rahman has looked good, Greg. He's moved on to 21.
Yes, Rahman has looked very positive from the time he has come out in the middle to bat, and the bowlers are in a bit of poor field placing, if I may put it that way, has also aided him.
Yeah. Deepu, on the other hand, has been a mere spectator to Rahman. Charles fumbling a bit, but still only has to settle for one there, the Bangladeshis. 199 for 4. Rahman rehearsing some expansive strokes. And the 200 comes up for the Bangladeshis. After 40 overs, they are 200 for the loss of 4.
Yes, not the best of overs there for Preston Maxwell. Some 8 runs coming off this last over. And the Bangladesh should be very happy with their score. Some 200 for 40 overs, so certainly 10 overs left, and if they can continue at the rate at which they're going now, 5 and over for the next 10 overs, that would safely take them to 250 runs.
Yeah, very much so. I think that would be a good total in itself. I didn't want to go past that. Looking at the bowling, Brian Charles leading the way, certainly the pick of the bowlers thus far. 2 for 45 in his 10 overs, and Sherman Lewis 1 for 39 in 6, and Anderson Phillip 1 for 24 in 7. The most economical of the bowlers thus far, Anderson Phillip, and it's 200 for 4.
West Indies would need to pick up a few wickets, and Sabir Rahman is looking threatening out there so far.
Care to predict the final score, Greg?
265.
265. Well, if your prediction is as good as Michael Rupwa's predictions over the last couple of weeks, then you could be very correct. We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, there's a good short delivery from Shamar Springer. This one is stumped by Shabi, finds Imlak. Only one. I think who deals with this final 10 overs better, Greg, would go in with the more confidence into that chase. I think this is a determining factor in this game. These final 10 overs, this is going to be a major determining factor in this game.
Well, I would agree with you.
Who handles the pressure of this final 10 overs better could be prime candidates for victory as Springer serves up yet another short delivery. So he has made his intentions clear.
Because if West Indies were to limit Bangladesh below a score of 250, they could feel satisfied with the effort.
Yep.
And Bangladesh getting anything over 250 runs, based on how West Indies responded to the 80-day score, would be very happy with that effort. So you're right about this.
Rahman is going to be a key cog in the wheel of these final 10 overs for the Bangladesh A team. This one is whipped away nicely. But Imlak, how much has he done today in that region? He's done a lot of work down there. Deepu has to settle for 1. He moves on to 10. This one is struck beautifully for 4. Hard and handsome.
Yes, Sharma, on this occasion, not a short delivery, but on this occasion, gave the batsman the room outside the off stump, pulling from way outside the off stump, but it was a real controlled shot. Got on top of the bounce, struck this throw to the mid-wicket area, and got 4 delightful runs. So Sharma was in the midst of a good over, and really, like you would always say to bowlers, your 5th and 6th deliveries need to be accurate, close the over, and that he wasn't able to do.
Yeah, no matter what happens in the first 4, that 5th and 6th delivery always important, especially if you're served up. Let's say a 4-dot deliveries to start, Greg. You don't want to get a 6 and a 4 in the last 2. That just changes the whole perspective of that over.
It would still be a good over. 10 runs would have come up the over. So certainly this is something that the bowlers need to be mindful of at all times.
McSween, it's a delivery that just puts Deepu in some trouble. Wasn't too sure what was happening there. And good to see the senior campaigner, Sabi Rahman, calling him down to have a word. Saying, bro, take your time.
Again, Deepu has not been the more prolific of the 2 batters out in the middle. Perhaps with Deepu, you need to close in the field a bit and force Deepu to play the big shot. Do not give him the easy single to bring Sabi back on strike.
Down the leg side, wide. So basically what I'm seeing here, Greg, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing that the Silver is setting a field for bad bowling, because he has a fine leg on the boundary, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, and a deep mid wicket and a long on. So all of the fielders on the on side are on the boundary. And I'm seeing that Preston McSween is angling the ball down the leg side. He's already served up a wide. Again, you're setting the field for bad bowling.
Exactly. So perhaps with a stronger off side and ask him perhaps to go around the wicket and angle the ball across the batsman, force him to hit for the offside. If he wants to go leg side, then he has to hit across the line of the ball, and he also will be hitting in the wind.
Yep. again, pulled away by Deepu. Springer is there, only one. But with my left arm seamer, Greg, operating round the wicket to a right-hander, I'm angling, my left arm seamer is angling the ball into the right-hander. Now, what my initial thought would be, with Deepu not striking the ball cleanly and not getting off as freely, my initial thought would be drop a couple fielders out on the boundary on the offside. That would encourage him to play across the line of the delivery, across the angle rather, and bring in, as a quick single is being taken here by Rahman, bring in a couple short infielders on the own side. And as you look to play through the off with those fielders back, you can easily pop a catch to one of those fielders short in.
And perhaps even put in a slip fielder.
Yes, exactly.
Because Deepu certainly is not striking the ball. He's 10 of 21.
He struck this one nicely, picks the gap, but Bishop dove nicely to cover that one. So Deepu gets 212 for 4. Letting up the runs a bit too easy here. The West Indies A team, if the Bangladesh team were to get past 250, they would have themselves to blame. The West Indies A team. This one, well played there by Deepu for 4.
Yes, good execution there. Shot outside the off stump. Deepu knew that there was no one down on the third man region, so all he did was just play the uppercut, ensure that it went over the infield, and got himself 4 easy runs. So poor bowling there by Preston McSween.
Yeah, poor bowling. Too short, too wide. Third man inside the circle. Easy pickings. Final delivery, already 10 runs in the over. And flicked away. It's going to be 11 coming off the 42nd over, which takes the score to 217 for the loss of 4. Deepu. Shout out to Hussein Deepu, that is. He's on 18, and Shabir Rahman, he's on 28.
Yes, these two are putting in a good partnership after the loss of the 2 quick wickets. West Indies certainly aiding and abetting the scoring with quite a bit of loose bowling in the process. So certainly they would need to get it right in the last 8 overs. If not, they are going to be facing a huge total.
Yeah, to really put the West Indies A batsmen to the test, if the Bangladeshis get up to something past 250. Sherman Lewis is going to come into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 39. He's looking to stem the flow of runs, Sherman Lewis. Something that has been a concern for the West Indies senior team, Greg Wilson, would have been their death bowling. And I'm quite interested to see what these guys in the West Indies A team can do under that. You know, how will they handle the pressure, and how will they minimize run scoring, pick up wickets as the case may be.
Yes, that has been a problem in the West Indies team for perhaps the last 10 years or so, one would say. And it's an area that seriously need to be addressed.
We'd have seen in that ODI series against India, you know, Romario Shepherd would have been used at the back end of the innings, and he would have proved to be a bit expensive. One would have thought Jason Holder would have come back in. When he came back in, he would have bolstered that over bowling by the West Indies. That he did, and Kemo Paul was also tried a bit as well. Didn't work out. So again, that's a concern. So hence I say, you know, this is going to be interesting, right?
Very much so.
Well, Rahman was swinging for the heavens there. Didn't make contact. Could have felt the breeze in the commentary box.
Perhaps missed out on an opportunity. This one was wide outside the off-stump. Really had to get past the man at the point region, and that certainly would have been four.
A bit dark. No real threat of any rain, but there's a bit of overcast conditions at the moment. There's Sabir Rahman. Good work there by cameraman Matthew Rajaram. And of course Jason Prasad. Lewis moving that fielder from a deep backward square leg around to a deep mid wicket, and he's now moved the fielder from a short mid wicket, was on the circle, to a backward square leg. So swapping both fielders, and serves up a full bonger that has been drilled for four.
Yes, good shot there. Didn't look to hit the ball too hard, was looking for more placement on the ball, raced across the field. Teddy Bishop coming across, but certainly could not stop it. So again, easy runs being scored. Again, Lewis bowling 5 good enough deliveries. 3 runs alone had scored prior to the last ball and could not close again. We saw a boundary coming up the last delivery, so it is something that the bowlers are not mindful enough of looking to close the over.
Yeah, that what you were speaking about earlier. That just underscores the point, Greg, that you say the 5th and 6th deliveries of the overs these overs are important, and it just ends off the over on a high if you get a boundary, and sets the tone for the next over. And you brought up the backward square leg fielder. You brought around the deep backward square leg fielder to a deep mid wicket. You carried around the short mid wicket into a backward square leg, and then you serve up a full toss outside the off stump. That doesn't send a good message to your skipper. Shamar Springer has been reintroduced, and he's going to be into his 7th over, 225 for 4.
So the bowlers themselves have not really made life easy for the captain.
Yeah. Rahman looking to pull a delivery from outside the off stump. We saw him do that already in this innings to get a boundary. But just keep on rotating the strike. That's what they are doing at the moment, the Bangladesh A batsmen, and it's working. Just like that. As they say in the Caribbean, one by one, the basket will be filled, Greg.
Yes, just easy pickings there by the Bangladeshi batsmen. At this stage of the game, perhaps one may want to give up the single, but it's the question of how do they close the over, which is what's important. Because at this stage, 4 and 5 singles really will not hurt you.
Yeah. Just getting in a tangle there, Sabir Rahman. As that one came on to him, just rushing on. There's been a nice little innings here, a cameo from Shabi. 35 to his name already in quick time, Greg.
Yes. Good, sensible batting.
He's handled things very well. So 5 singles in the first 5 deliveries of the over, Greg. The question is, how will Shamar Springer finish this over?
Because we have seen in the last few overs, the final delivery has been dispatched to the boundary for 4.
Rahman just telling Springer to wait a bit to allow him to play farmer. Well, not a bad finish at all. Just 6 runs in the over. I think Skipper De Silva will take that.
Yes, 6 singles, but I would still want to see a fielder in that short mid-wicket area where they are getting all the singles at will. Just have him to look for another area to score. So they're still going at a rate of over 5 and over. And with what, some 6 overs remaining, 5 and over will still get them to 259.
Lewis, who didn't have a bad over in the last one, but he gave up 4 runs in the final delivery of the over. There's Anderson Phillip warming up. He's warming up for maybe a final burst at the back end. This one struck back past the bowler. Wow, that was struck hard.
Well, actually, it's a drop catch, one would say. He got hands to it. But it was struck so firmly. I think he was more taking evasive action.
Ooh.
But that was just after he completed his follow through. So certainly it would go down as a chance, but a very tough chance, one would say.
And as difficult as they come. Luckily, he got his head out of the way there, Sherman Lewis.
Well, you would have seen the likes of Bravo would make some of those catches look easy.
Full toss outside the off stump. Deepu missing out.
Yes, certainly missing out on the full delivery outside the off stump. Struck this one straight to Justin Greaves.
This time he's hitting this one hard. Chance for a run out, but Rahman is home in time. Looks to be Atanese getting in behind that one. That's a good stop.
Sherman Lewis will be too short there. I think a yard or two away from Afane's left or right. That would have gone to the boundary for 4 because it was powerfully struck.
233 for 4. It's been a good partnership thus far. Projected score of 261. Partnership of 69 or 68. A vital one in the circumstances of this game. And he's bowled him. Sherman Lewis strikes. Shadat Hussein Depo, who never looked as though his innings is going to get going, but he did a good job though, partnering with Shabir Rahman. I was just mentioning the partnership of 69, and there goes Depo. A good delivery there from Lewis. You miss, I hit.
Yes, it was a case of Lewis attacking the stumps and Depo hitting across the line, completely missing this one. And as you indicate that you miss, I hit. So the end of a good knock by Depo, although it was not a fiery knock, but in the second instance, the partnership was a crucial partnership he was able to put together with Sabir Rahman.
Yeah, crucial partnership, you're quite correct. And Lewis doing the job for his captain, De Silva, breaking that partnership. That can just dent the momentum of the Bangladesh innings a bit.
Yes, certainly. There's only one way you could slow down the scoring is by taking wickets and bringing new batters to the crease. Sometimes batters need an over to get going. So that would certainly slow down the scoring rate.
Jaka Ali Anik, who was the only man to really step up in that last game in that horror showing of 80. He had 25. So he's come out there. He's no slouch with the bat in hand. And Greg Wilson, new batsman out there. And the field is quite spread out.
Yes, exactly what we have spoken about. Just giving him an easy single on offer.
There's a final delivery of the over as well. And Anik is off and running. 234 for 5.
Well, perhaps this was not a bad ploy to give Anik an easy single. But the question is, do you allow him to get easy runs from there onwards? He has just come in, perhaps force him to play a few big shots. Because what you do not want him is to get Sabir back on strike quite easily.
This is the point at which now you want to close in the field a bit. Look to make best use of Jaka Ali Anik being on strike. As Anderson Phillip has been introduced into the attack once more. He has been brilliant with the ball today. Anderson Andy Phillip. In 7 overs. He's going for 24 and he was able to pick up a wicket. Key thing there, Anik was able to rotate the strike and turn it over to Sabir Rahman.
The Maidon area seems to be a favorite scoring area for most of the Bangladesh batters.
Yep.
And especially the new batters, as soon as they come in, this is one of the areas you see they tend to go to.
I think that also has something to do with the Bangladesh players, of course, coming from the subcontinent, Greg, and always having that tendency of noodling the ball, working the ball around, and especially against spinners and seamers, of course, on those slower tracks. So that's something as well I think has to do with that. So that's why they're so good at doing that. Well, that delivery was so short that Anik was jumping to get to it. In the end, he picked up a single.
Again, it was at his body, so he really could not free his arms. So one would say a good delivery.
Yeah, Philip continuing his good work, and he has been a good find in this series for the West Indies A team. He's done well. Short and I'm interested there, Sabi Rahman. Philip being worn by umpire Dayton Butler. And delivery not getting up at all. Maybe you're rolling the fingers down the left side of that ball. Maybe a leg cutter there from Anderson Phillip. We can have a look at that again maybe. There he was. Yeah, certainly the leg cutter from Anderson Phillip.
So some good variations there.
And he fires this one in, and Rahman gets a single. So that brings the over to an end. Rahman, he moves on to 40, and the score moves on to 238 for 5.
Yeah, good over there by Anderson Phillip. Just considering 4 runs in the over. So good depth bowling there. And we saw him, the variation with the leg cutter. So with some 4 overs remaining in the inning. Let's see how best West Indies can close this inning. So 238 more runs scored so far.
This one cut away. Springer comes back.
Springer certainly would want to close this inning off well for the West Indies. With the current rate, it would take them over 250. Projected score 259, so that will be just 6 runs short of my prediction.
So I'm guided for 1. So Anik moves on to 4. Score moves on to 240 for 5.
Yes, Springer certainly looking for the wide Yorker, which will not be a bad ploy. So bowling the ball full. Again, full delivery. Chaka Ali didn't do much with this one, just driving it to the man at the mid-off region. So good bowling so far in this over. Just conceding some 2 runs. Dot ball. Last delivery. This one is loose delivery down the leg side. Easy picking there for Jack Ali. Again, the inconsistency we see from the bowlers. Having bowled 3 good deliveries outside the off stump. Dropping this one short, angling down the leg side. Ali just getting into position quickly and just whipping this one backward of square. 1 bounce for 4. So the score moves on to 240 for the loss. 244 for the loss of 5. Springer just letting off the pressure a bit. And this one is driven uppishly. Man comes around from the mid-off region and restrict them to just 1. 245 now. And what started as a good over, some 7 runs now have been scored. So last delivery, Springer close this one off. It's driven bit and is getting outside the edge and it races down for the wide foot man boundary for 4. So good end to the over by Bangladesh, getting 4 of the final delivery. And as we have spoken time and time again, the need to close the over started with 1 dot, and then we see the 4th delivery gone for 4, and the final delivery a boundary was struck a bit. So very expensive over, some 11 runs coming off that Springer over, and Bangladesh 249. So now Bangladesh perhaps might be possibly eyeing a score of 270. So West Indies, Phillips has bowled it has taken 1, the most economical bowler. Shimon Lewis has picked up 2 from his 8 for 50 runs. And Brian Charles, his ball is 10 over, only person to have completed 45 runs and picked up 2 wickets. So this last 3 overs, West Indies would need the bowlers to finish well. If not, they are going to be chasing a score of over 270 runs possibly. So 250 up for Bangladesh. So West Indies now with some 17 legal deliveries remaining in the over, in the innings, sorry. They would certainly need to pull things back. And this one is worked into the mid-wicket region. Easy single on offer. And Sabir Rahman has raced up to some 47 in quick time.
It's looked very good, and this would be a well-deserved half century if he can get up to it. Played uppishly, through mid-wicket. He's looking for 2 here, Rahman, and he gets it easily.
Yeah, good positive run in there between these two.
It's a kind of intensity you want as a team at the back end of the innings. 2 overs to go after this one. And pulled fiercely, and He's looking for 2 again. So that brings up the half century for Shabir Rahman, and a much deserved half century as well. And he won't really, acknowledge it too much because he knows that he has a job on his hand here to finish off this innings. He didn't even really raise the bat that much there, Greg.
Yes, not any big celebration. I think he was focused on getting Bangladesh to a score perhaps in the vicinity of 270 thereabout or more.
Philip digging that one in short.
So 6 runs off the over so far. The final delivery. Phillips needs to close this over well. If not, it would turn out to be another expensive over.
So they've gone past that 250, Greg. That's that psychological figure now for the West Indies team. Short delivery to end the over. At the end of 48, it's 255 for the loss of 5.
So Bangladesh really in a good commanding position with 12 legal deliveries left in the inning. They would want to get as many runs as possible, and with a set Shabir at the wicket, they would want him to perhaps strike a few lusty blows.
Well, that guy on your picture is striking a few lusty blows. And that's Matthew Rajaram. He's striking some lusty blows with the camera, Greg.
He's continuing to do some good work out there.
Trying something different there. Anik?
Yes, realizing there's nobody down in the Foodman region and looking to work this one. But this is an area that I always believe that as a captain you need to protect. The Foodman region, at the back end of any innings, you always have quite a few delivery balls tend to go down in this region.
Yep.
Because if the batsman go hard at the ball peels off the outer edge, it's going to go down for Foodman.
Needs to protect that area. From a delivery like that, if you go at it and you edge it, then it could go down to third man. But a wide signal by the umpire. Let's have a look at that one again. And that was a bit wide.
Yeah, clearly outside of the blue line.
This time it's wide. It takes the inside edge. Rahman looking to hit the good old heave-ho over the onside. And only have to get one. So this has been a good little fight back here from Springer.
Springer clearly looking to go wide, and we see the Foodman has been placed on the boundary now.
Going deep into the crease there, Anik. And strikes it down to Philip at long off.
So the length is good by Springer. He's making an effort to pitch the ball way up, a Yorker length. The wide Yorker certainly is what he's aiming for. Again, that's good bowling. There isn't too much that the batter could do with with such deliveries.
Yeah, good death bowling, Greg. Speaking about that death bowling concern.
But the problem with Springer is that he is not doing it consistently enough, especially the last two deliveries. He tends to go on the short side.
Yeah. This one is struck through mid-wicket for 4. A welcome boundary for that man, Jaka Ali Anik.
Yes, and he going deep into the crease and shuffling across the off stump. And this one had a bit of length. It was not as full as the previous deliveries we saw in the over. Again, the need to close off the fifth and sixth delivery. Much better ball this time.
In the end, closing off the over well, and 10 runs coming off the over at the end of 49. One more over to go. It's 265 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, so the projected score now is 171. So certainly the Bangladesh team would want to get a few more than that, but the West Indies team, certainly they would be up against it. The score of 264 is already a very competitive score.
Certainly. Naeem Sheikh, 103, led the way for the Bangladeshis at the start of this innings, and Sabir Rahman doing the job at the back end. 52 not out of 54. Mohammad Mitun, the captain, had 28, and Deepu, he had 24. Philip, charged with the responsibility of bowling the final over, gets struck down the ground for a single. Anik was on strike for that one. Looking for 2 here. Actually, well, it went straight down the ground for 4.
Yes, good hit in there by Shabir. Going straight with the long on, long off wide. That was a good shot to go straight and getting 4 runs in the process.
A lovely shot there by Sabir Rahman. Moves on to 56. The score moves on to 270. Well, he's asking for a wide now.
Typical fast bowlers respond. Digging this one short. But to the good decision there by umpire Butler. And certainly he would have gotten his cue from the square leg umpire. Would have been in good position to see how high the ball went past the batsman.
But Carl took it at square leg. This one is an almighty shot back down the ground for 6.
Yes, a attempted slow ball that Anik spotted very early, and it was right in the slot and struck this one beautifully right into the top of the players' pavilion. So good hit there. That would have gone for 6, I think, in just about any ground.
It's a huge hit from Shabir Rahman. 2 deliveries to go in the over. This one, he's going over mid-off, but he finds the fielder and he has to go, and it was a well-played innings by Shabir Rahman. and he has to go for 62.
Another slower ball, and this time perhaps looking to hit the ball too hard, lost his shape. Ball came out of the outer portion of the bat, and the man from cover running wrong and took a relatively easy catch, but the damage was done already. 270 for 5.
A well played innings by Shabir Rahman of 62, and he has to go with the score on 276. This one forced away, and looks to be Imlak who's there, and had a good finish to the innings there, Greg. And Anik would have thought that he missed out.
Yes, certainly delivery outside your somewhere. He should have done a little more with this one, but struck it strict to Anik and got 1 run. So some 12 runs coming off the final over. It was still a very good, productive over for Bangladesh, despite the fact that they lost 1 wicket. But 277 for 6, they certainly would be pleased with the final outcome.
Yeah, certainly. We would have said earlier that if they can get past 250, it would be a good effort and a daunting total for the West Indies. They get up to 277, so they have set the West Indies A team 278 for victory. Phillip had 1 wicket, and Sherman Lewis, he had 2 for 50 in 8. And Brian Charles had 2 for 45 in 10. So that's how the bowling looked for the West Indies A team. And well, in the batting effort of the Bangladesh A, Mohammad Naeem Sheikh striking a magnificent century of 103 of 117 balls. And well, the batsmen that followed didn't really assist Saka and Hassan, but Mithun with 28, Deepu 24, and Sabir Rahman, who fell for 62. He had a good hand at the back end. Anik, he finished on 18. That was a good hand as well. So 278 to get. That's the target for the West Indies A when they return on the other side. We're going to have a lunch, and we'll be back with more action on the other end. Well, it's chase time here at the DSCG. Welcome back to the action between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And when I say chase time, we're getting set for the chase of the West Indies A. They require 278 runs for victory after being set that by the Bangladesh A team on the back of a brilliant knock of 103 by Naeem Sheikh and 62 by Sabir Rahman. The two opening batsmen for the West Indies A are going to be Tejaran Chandapal, who is going to be taking first strike, and Josh De Silva, the captain, he's at the non-striker's end, and number 11 on the back of the bowler, it looks to be Mukidul Islam Mugdu. And opening the batting with me in the commentary box is Greg Wilson. Good afternoon, Greg.
Yes, good afternoon, Hisham. Good afternoon to everyone following the proceedings there.
278 to get. Mugdo on target immediately. And Greg Wilson, the approach of these West Indies batsmen to get that 278. What would it be like? Or what does it need to be like, Greg?
Well, you need to be positive, but you need to set a foundation, most importantly. Bat out as long as possible. Look for the rotation of the strike. That would be important.
Chandapal looking to pull that one away. And you would have seen the ball is not getting up as much. That one coming back in. Just maybe taking the tie guard and going through to Jaka Alianik as a stifled appeal from the slip fielder. Cut away nicely by Chandapal. First runs on the board for the West Indies.
Yes, good. Positive stroke there by Chandapal. Just getting a bit of room outside your stump. And just cutting this one. So he would be pleased to open up his account and that of the West Indies.
A smart player, Tejaran Chandapal. This man who is facing up at the moment, he's another smart character. Joshua De Silva, West Indies test wicket-keeper batsman. And he'll want to put up a solid captain performance today if he can. Lots of runs on the board from the Bangladeshis, which, gives the West Indies A-team batsmen something to go at and gives them an opportunity to score runs.
Most certainly.
Normally.
Still good conditions out there for batting. You just need to go out there and apply themselves.
Solid as normal, Tejaran Chandapal. Normally when you see so much runs on the board, well, some batsmen tend to think, hey, it's going to be a daunting task. Confidence depletes, but normally, Greg, some other batsmen, when they see lots of runs on the board, they say, hey, this is an opportunity for me to go out and score big.
And certainly one would hope this would be the approach of at least these two openers.
Punched off the back foot for no run at the end of the first over. Looking to get 278 for victory, the West Indies A. They are 2 without loss.
Yes, good solid start there by Mukido. Just conceding 2 runs in the over. And something we have spoken about in the previous inning, the ability to close the over. And you realize Islam's last 2 deliveries were 2 dot balls. So certainly this is a good effort on his part.
And the man who's going to partner with Mukidul Islam Mugdo from the other end, that's going to be Saeed Khalid Ahmed, who we'd have seen a lot of in the 2 unofficial test matches. He would have been left out of the team for that first one-day match, so he's back into the team now. And this is what he troubles the batsmen with. He troubles Josh Da Silva as well a lot with that. Those short deliveries, just short of a good length. And his deliveries tends to rush on to the batsmen, Greg.
Yes, the sort of skiddy bowler. Ball was short, but before Josh Da Silva could get into position, the ball was already onto him.
Silva with a lovely stroke for 4. What a way to earn yourself your first boundary.
Yes, delightful shot there by Da Silva. Been given a bit of room there by Khalid Ahmed outside the off stump and really got on top of this one and really smacked it to the backward point region there for 4. So delightful shot indeed.
That cracking sound of the bat of Joshua Da Silva. Too short and too wide from side Khalid Ahmed. I'm surprised that there's only one slip in position, Greg.
Well, what the captain did was to strengthen the point region.
Yeah. Certainly there's not going to be much deliveries that's full. It's telling me that he's going to bowl those deliveries, of course, as we said, just short of a good length. Just outside the off stump as well. Down the leg side, and that's the first extra on the board. A wide signal by umpire Butler.
Yes, Khalid just straying a bit down the leg side. So some 5 runs coming off the over and still 3 legal deliveries to be bowled.
Worked away nicely for 1. The sun has blessed us today at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Weather has settled nicely for a good day of cricket. This morning we had just a short rain delay at the start of the proceedings, but following that it was all cricket, all Naeem Sheikh and all Sabir Rahman. Eighth without loss. It's only the second over of this run chase. Chandapal is pulling fiercely. This one racing away. Well, we'll have to check that one. We'll have to see if that foot of the fielder touched the ropes, but the umpire doesn't signal 4. Chandapal gets 2, but here's that stop again.
Did fill it cleanly, but I think it's good. We're not seeing any movement with the rope. And certainly he was not in contact with the ball if he had gotten to the rope as well.
Yeah, from that angle it certainly looks good. Chandapal chasing a wide delivery. Well, that's something that you don't see often. At the end of the over, 10 without loss.
Yes, Chandapal chasing one wide, but still was a good productive over for the West Indies. Some 8 runs coming off the over. But just perhaps lapse in concentration, one would say, by Chandapal.
Yeah, very early lapse in concentration. Something you don't really see often from Tage. Mugdo with the ball in hand. Silva playing around that front part again. Looking at proceedings in Lords in England between South Africa and England. South Africa, they have reached 289 for 7. So they lead England by 124 runs after England made 165. Kagiso Rabada 5 wickets. And for South Africa, top scoring was Saralere with 73. Silva cutting down to that fielder at third man, a wide third man for 1. Marco Jansen for South Africa has 41 not out. And Keshav Maharaj, who's no slouch with the bat, he had 41. Chandapol coming right across his stumps and noodling that one into the onside, no run.
Mugdu keeping things tight.
I think this opening partnership is going to be key for the West Indies A team.
Certainly one of the two needs to go on and get a big score.
Tejan Chandapol has shown that he's capable of doing so, finishing the test series with 109 not out. Coming into the last game at 23 and now looking to prize forward. And talking about prizing forward, how about that for a punch off the back foot?
Yes, delightfully played there by Chandrapal, just standing up tall there and just punching this one, bisecting the two fielders and getting 4 valuable runs for the West Indies.
Score moves on to 15 without loss. Bangladesh would know that they would need to remove one of these guys early, if not 2 of them. They have runs on the board, yes, but they need to build pressure. Can't afford to let up too many easy runs for the West Indies A team. The over of Mugdo finishes 15 without loss.
Yes, 5 off the over. So West Indies good enough rate, 3 and 5 and over so far. So these two just need to continue batting for as long as possible. I think the first 10 overs also would be very crucial. If they could at least see out the first 10 at that rate, 50 of the first 10 would be a good enough platform for the West Indies team.
Yeah, I'm sure they would be looking at somewhere in that vicinity. As Ahmed is going to continue for the Bangladeshis. So word coming to hand as well that Shimron Hetmaya has been announced as the skipper of the Guyana Amazon Warriors team for this year's edition of the Caribbean Premier League. wide from Ahmed and Greg Wilson. Remember, you were speaking about that team that won that World Cup with guys like Shema, Springer, Ajit Guli, Devin Imlach. Shema Maya, he skippered that team, and now he's transcended into the role of skipper of Guyana Amazon Warriors, his home team.
Yes, that's a good achievement, giving the young man a bit of responsibility. So, responsibility either make you a better player, or sometimes it puts you under pressure.
Very much so. So we wish him all the best, Shimon Maya, as he looks to take the lead role at the Amazon Warriors.
The Amazon Warriors, as we would know, have made it to the finals quite a few times and unable to win the one that really matters.
Well, maybe it's the year of the Warriors, who knows? Flicked all the way for 4.
Yes, this was 4. From the time it left the bat and evaded the fielder at the mid-wicket. Powerfully struck there by George De Silva. So certainly he has played a few delightful shots on both sides of the wicket.
Well, lunch has done him well, at least. Delightful lunch has now transcended into some delightful shots, Greg Wilson. How was your lunch?
It was good as usual. Can't complain.
Ahmed, how will he rebound from that shot? Well, I would have assumed that he would have changed up the length. That he did. Pitched it outside the off stump and played away a no run. Going along quickly at the moment, the West Indies A team. Of course, yesterday the West Indies senior team had good returns against the New Zealand team in the first game of that ODI series. New Zealand were dismissed for 190, West Indies getting to 193 for 5. Shamar Brooks, the man utilizing the sword well, 79 of 91 deliveries before he was castled by Trent Bolt. But Jermaine Blackwood and Jason Holder finishing things off for the West Indies. This one is into the air. Chandapal, heart in mouth, but ball not in hand for Soumya Sarkar. He lives to fight another day, Chandapal, and he gets one.
Yeah, looking to pull this one through to the mid-wicket area, getting a top edge. But it would have always been difficult take for the fielders because he was hitting in the direction of the wind, and the wind would have always taken the ball away from the fielder, and he did not have the sort of pace to carry all the way to the boundary for the man who was coming off the mid-wicket boundary. So as they would say, really fell in no man's land. So luckily for him, he lives to survive. So 21 without loss of 4. So still a good start for the West Indies, going at over 5 and over.
Mukidul Mugdo, the man continuing. This one is edged into the gloves of the keeper all along the ground.
Mugdo certainly has kept things tight. So Shandapol would need to bat as long as possible. Certainly we know he has the appetite to bat long innings. And he has the whole of 50 overs to do so. And this one's played to the man at point. No run. Just a bit short. Mugdo on this occasion. But Shandapol really could not pierce the ring of fielders. So he certainly knows the task at hand. Good delivery there by Mugdo, bringing Shandapol in defense. Not giving Shandapol the sort of length to drive nor to cut. Certainly attacking the stumps. This one angle down the leg side. Shandapol looking to pull this one, completely missed. Umpire signal wide, so one additional run to the score and one more to the extras. Score moves on to 23. And he drives this one beautifully, bisecting the man at the mid-on and the cover region down to the boundary for 4. So Mugdo on this occasion just over pitching this one, and Shandapol just climbing into this delivery and getting himself 4 beautiful runs there. And this score moves on now to 27. Shandapol moves on to 12, and George De Silva 12 as well. So good start to the inning from Shandapol and George De Silva. This one is short and he pulls this, but straight to the man at the mid-on. No run. So certainly Shandapol would have felt he missed out on this occasion. Got some good purchase, but just straight to the fielder. Mugdo needs to end well. And Shandapol pushes this one into the mid-wicket region and gets 1. So at the end of the 5th over, after 5, West Indies have moved on to 28 without loss. Tijnarain Shandapol on 13 and Josh De Silva on 12. Certainly West Indies would want this opening pair to bat as long as possible. They certainly are doing a good job. Captain De Silva has looked very positive. We've seen 2 delightful shots from him on either side of the wicket. 278 runs for victory. It's still some 250 runs away. So still a long way. And it looks like spin is going to be introduced into the attack. So Saif Asad into the attack. First ball to Chantrapol. This one is driven down to the mid-on region, and they pick up a easy single, 29. Chantrapol moves on to 40. Silva just pushes this one back to the bowler, who moves across and fields cleanly. Down the leg side, attempted sweep shot. Got some pitches on it. It's racing to the boundary. Is the ball going to wait? Oh, and it does not get there. So 4 runs to the Silva. Hassan on this occasion just straight down the leg side. And the Silva, the attempted sweep shot, got some bat to it, sufficient enough to race down to the boundary for 4. So the score moves on to 33 without loss. And the Silva moves on to 16. So just a loose delivery there by Hassan, straight down the leg side. Bring the Silva forward on this occasion. Saif Hassan into the attack very early. Silva uses his feet, drive this one to the man at the long on region, and the crosses through a easy single. Six runs in the over so far. 34 without loss. Hassan into Chantrapol, pushes forward, and there is no run. So at the end of 6, West Indies 34 without loss. Kijana and Chantrapol on 14, and Captain Joshua De Silva on 17. So the current run rate 5.82, and the required run rate 5.53. So Mugdo to continue from the media center end. Drive this one to the man at the mid-on, who comes to his right. So certainly a good start there by the West Indies. They certainly will, like Bangladesh, would want to improve on the batting. Another good delivery there again by Mugdo De Silva. Solid in defense, as we saw much improved batting performance by the Bangladesh team, and certainly West Indies would want a better batting performance, having to chase just 81 runs for victory, lost some 6 wickets in the process. So certainly they would want a much improved performance with the bat in the second ODI. This one was just allowed to go through to the keeper. So Captain De Silva certainly looks like he's up for the battle today. And this one is short, just looking to cut this one, gets the outer edge. Ball goes through where a second slip would have been, and goes down to the vacant boundary for 4. So we're seeing the keeper pointing in the direction that perhaps a slip should have been there, but the horse has already been bolted.
Yeah, certainly so. And a good delivery from Mugdo, getting the outside edge. This one driven down to mid-on, Greg. A good-looking shot. Silva on a number of occasions have been drilling the ball to that mid-on, mid-off fielder. He likes to play straight.
Very important that the coaches will tell you you need to play within the V's early in your inning.
Silva moves on to 22. The score moves on to 39 without loss after 7 overs. And West Indies, A team, they require another 239 of 258 deliveries.
Certainly a good start there to the inning by these two openers. And they would need to bat as long as possible. Get a big partnership going, set a platform for the remaining batters.
Saif Hassan, who we've not seen bowl much in this series. So maybe a ploy by Mithun, the captain of the Bangladesh A team, just to throw up something different in front of the West Indies A team batsmen.
Not a bad ploy to bowl a bowler that the batsmen have not seen much of.
It's not getting much turn, obviously. It's a hard new ball. Very early days. Just into the 8th over. But just maybe for Saif Hassan, a slip could have been introduced. Left-handed Chanderpaul, the ball turning away from him. Takes a single. He's playing on the back foot, Chanderpaul. Been an excellent start by the West Indies A team. The Silva and Chanderpaul, perfect foil, you have to say. They've been showing that. Joshua Silva leading the effort at the moment with 24, and Chanderpaul supporting him nicely. Down to a wide long off, and that brings the 8th over to an end. At the end of it, it's 43 without loss.
It's good going by these two openers for the West Indies. Certainly picking up some easy singles. They would have noticed what Bangladesh did when they were batting, especially that mid-off region. Quite a few deliveries were played in that area. Quite a few singles were taken in there. So it's nice to see that they're taking a page out of the book of the Bangladeshis.
So Khalid Ahmed has changed ends. He's now coming from the media center end as opposed to when he now started this innings from the Kai Maje end. In the test matches he bowled from this end and he bowled very well. Well, that's going to be a wide.
This one was very wide indeed.
Played late, chance for run out, but doesn't collect cleanly there, the fielder. That was shot straight to the fielder.
Yes, that run certainly wasn't on. I think they were fortunate, very fortunate that the fielder lost his footing and it made the single very easy at the end. But I think Josh De Silva could have been in a bit of trouble there.
They had the fielder collected that one cleanly. You're saying that at the end of 10 overs they should look to get up to somewhere around 50, and they're well in control, heading towards that sub-target of 50 after 10. Silva looking to play an expansive on drive. Finds Soumya Saka at mid-wicket.
Because with that score, the reason I said this with this score, it's easy if you break it down into tens and you set yourself certain targets. It is much easier to achieve those targets. So you get to 50 in the first 10. Mm-hmm. Between 10 to 20, you tell yourself, well, I need to get at least to 60 runs in the next 10. By the time you get to 30, an additional 65 or 70 runs. So it makes it easier. By the time you get to the last 10, it would boil down to perhaps less than 5 runs and over.
So pulled away forcefully for 4. Good looking shot there from the skipper, Joshua De Silva.
Yes. Khalid Ahmed on this occasion just bowling this one a little too short, and it just sat in the wicket and begging to be hit. And De Silva was quickly into position and struck this one beautifully through the mid-wicket region. So the score moves on to now 49 without loss.
Yeah, De Silva moves on to 28 with that shot. Excellent batting there, just spotting the opportunity now. Having gotten a boundary. 50 comes up as well with that single at the end of 9.
Yes, so the current rate 5.55. So clearly the two openers, they are not trouble out there in any way. If they continue batting like this, West Indies may very well be on their way to a victory.
The highest successful ODI run chase. This is an unofficial one-day match, but the highest successful one-day international run chase at this venue would have been in the fourth match of the series between West Indies and England in 2004, and West Indies won by 5 wickets when they chased down 282 for victory. England would have finished on 281 for the loss of 8 at the end of their 50 overs, and West Indies would have gotten to 284 for 5 at the end of 48 overs. Ramnaraj Sarwan, he had 73 not out. Dwayne Smith had 44. Chander Paul had 40. And Bran Lara had 37. Jimmy Anderson went for 2 for 66 in his 10.
Certainly it was a good performance by West Indies to chase down 280 plus runs.
That was the said game in which Marcus Trescothick, here's a quick single from Chander Paul, yes, and in which Marcus Trescothick had 130 of 138. Andrew Flintoff had 59, and Wayne Bravo and Ian Bradshaw had 2 wickets apiece. But 278 in which to get here for the West Indies A team against Bangladesh.
Well, they are off to a good start for sure.
Good call there by the Silva, not taking that run. That was played straight to the fielder around the corner as the 10th over has been completed. Greg, you said 50? Well, it's 53 without loss.
Yes, good going by the West Indies team. I did said that at least 50 runs off the first 10, and they went 3 better than what I predicted. So a very good start to the inning, and the captain, Da Silva, certainly leading from the front. He has gotten some 31 off 32, and certainly getting some good support from Chander Paul, 18 from 27.
Well, it's going to be some more spin. It's going to be Rakibul Hassan, that is, Rakibul Hassan. So left arm orthodox spinner. Didn't bowl badly at all in that last game, Greg.
Yes, he certainly kept things tight. Did pick up a few wickets. But these are 2 guys who would have played quite a bit of spin bowling in their cricketing career. George De Silva and Tejnarain Chander Paul, coming from Trinidad and Guyana.
Silva very busy in his approach and taking 2 quickly. Rakibul Hassan in the last game 1 for 16 in 6 overs. On the leg side, don't think they'd risk taking a single there. It's a fielder at short fine leg. It's good bowling by Rakibul Hassan. Down to long off for 1, and Rakibul Hassan, only 19 years of age, Greg Wilson.
Still a fairly young man.
It's good to see him getting the opportunity to play at this level. He would have recently completed the Under-19 World Cup for Bangladesh. Not the one that was played in the Caribbean, but the one that was played in South Africa. Of course, they would have been the champions, Bangladesh, in that tournament. One played uppishly but wide of Rakibul. Chandapol gets one and completes the over 57 without loss. The silver is on 34, and Chandapol, he's on 19.
Just 4 runs from the first over bowled there by Rakibul. So certainly a good enough start to his spell. But West Indies would know that this is just the 11th over. Quite a few overs left. Some 39 more overs required in the innings. The most important thing is that they need to set a good platform, and that they have started.
This is already a good platform in itself here by Chandapol and the silver, but they would know that they have a lot of work to do still. And playing the ball on its merit is key. That's what Chandapol is doing. Batsmen, of course, sitting in the dugout would be very happy to see what they are seeing out there. De Silva and Chandapol leading from the front, and they would be, happy as well to see that, hey, the pitch has gotten better for batting as the day progressed. The Bangladesh, look at how they went about their business, and now this just shows, this little performance from the Silva and Chandapol just fuels that a bit more, Greg, and just shows that how good the track is for batting today.
Yes, certainly it's a good deck. Just at the beginning of the Bangladesh innings, we saw a few deliveries that did not really come through. But by and large, the track has played very well. And certainly with the sun baking down on it the entire day, should be better for batting, one would think, in the second innings.
And the Bangladesh team already made it look very easy. And now with the wicket drying out, as you said, it's only going to get better. So how much better can it get, Greg Wilson?
Well, it's just ideal for batting, and these two out there just have to capitalize on that good condition and bat for as long as possible. So 60 runs without loss after 12. So certainly West Indies, they continue to maintain their rate of 5 runs and over, which is good. So 218 more runs in 228 more deliveries.
Rakibul to continue. Too short. And stands up there for Chandapol to play it down to long on. In the meantime, at Lord's, Stuart Broad would have joined an exclusive club and he would have been the second Englishman in recent times to pick up 100 wickets at Lords. And just to name a couple of those players who would have had 100 plus test wickets at the legendary ground, as De Silva uses his feet, dancing down the track. He will get 2 here. Mutaya Muralidharan, he would have played 24 matches at Lords, picked up 166 wickets there. Actually at Colombo. And James Anderson, well, I was saying that he and Stuart Broad would be the 2 Englishmen would have went past 100 wickets at Lords. So Mutaya Muralidharan at Colombo, he had 24 and 166 wickets. And James Anderson at Lords, he played 27 matches, 117 wickets. Mutaya Muralidharan again, this time at Kandy. He played 16 matches at Kandy, 117 wickets there. Mutaya Muralidharan again. He at Gaul this time, he would have played 15 matches there, 111 wickets. And Rangana Hirat, another Sri Lankan spinner, legendary spinner, at Gaul, he would have had 102 wickets there. And Stuart Broad at Lords, 26 matches, 100 wickets.
Certainly, Mutaya did extremely well in Sri Lanka. And 3 different grounds has 100 plus wickets at each of those grounds.
Yeah, definitely so. And those were the stats of players that would have went past 100 wickets at various venues in their career. At the moment, 65 without loss. De Silva, well, he rolls on now to 39, and Chanderpaul, he's on 23. At the end of 13, it is 66 without loss.
That's the end of a good over there for West Indies. Picking up some 6 runs off the over, so still maintaining that 5 runs and over. So good sensible batting there by these 2. And De Silva certainly has put up a good performance, some 39 or 40 deliveries, almost a run a ball.
So spinners continuing to do the work for the Bangladeshis. Mithun and the Bangladesh team looking for wickets. Ooh, this one keeping a bit low there. De Silva on the back foot. Had he missed that there, Greg? Well, we could have been seeing the back of him.
So I think the next objective for this 2 would to at least erase that 78 runs and to get to less than 200 runs. That would be a good psychological advantage for them.
Yeah, most definitely. And if they can take this score up to 100, that would be very good for the West Indies A team. I think not much of the Bangladesh bowlers that have been used thus far have looked anything penetrating, Greg Wilson.
Yeah, we have not seen the bowlers go past the edge of the bat on too many occasions.
Yeah, lacking wicket-taking deliveries, or pressure deliveries, as you like to say. brings the 14th over to an end. 68 without loss. The Silva on 40. Chandapol on 24. And well, remember, West Indies A, they're chasing 278 for victory.
Good over there by Saif Hassan. Just 2 runs coming off the over. So just pulling things back slightly for the first time in a long time. The rate has dipped below 5. Still 210 to get off 216 deliveries.
Anyone mind that run rate just a bit under the required run rate? But they have wickets in hand, and that's most important.
That's the most important thing.
Both De Silva and Chandapol hanging back on the back foot and playing these spinners as though they have so much time. Chandapol goes over cover and he gets 4.
Yes, good shot there by Chandapol. Rakibul on this occasion just getting a little too close, too full. And Chandapol decided to take the aerial route. And all he had to do was get it over the ring of fielders and gets himself 4 delightful runs and 4 additional runs to the West Indies total as well. Moves up to 72 without loss.
Where did that come from Tejarai Chandapol?
Well, certainly Chandapol could switch gears at any point in time.
Much like his dad could have done.
Forces a change in the field by Rakibul. Drops the man down to the long on boundary. Long off, sorry.
Short crunch through the offside this time once more. And that's going to race away for 4.
Yes, Rakibul again short. Chandapol just rocking back on this occasion. Playing this one through the cover region. And the ball just raced down to the boundary for 4. So 2 fours in the over there by Chandapol. Score moves on now to 76. So good going there by this too.
And finds a fielder to complete the over. At the end of it, it's 76 without loss. West Indies need another 202 for victory.
Yes, Chandapol now has moved into the 40s, 32 without loss, and Captain De Silva is on 40 of 44 deliveries. So good batting there. Good opening stun, and they would certainly want to get an additional 3 more runs, and then it would be less than 200 runs for victory, which would be a good psychological advantage for them. Because the longer this partnership continues, the more concerned Bangladesh will become.
Those 2 boundaries from Chandapol in that last over, just carrying up that run rate a bit to 5.12. Loud call of no there from Josh De Silva. Finding the gap, but didn't get contact on the ball as he would have wanted. back to the bowler, but just short. Luckily there for Tejarai Chandapal, that didn't go to hand.
Yes, just pushing that one that he wasn't to the pitch of. Almost played it back to the bowler. So 200 more required of 205 deliveries.
Down the leg side, swept away, but there's a man down there. That's Khalid Ahmed. Silva earns 1 at the end of the over. It's 79 without loss. Silva 42, Chandapal 33.
So 199 more runs for victory for the West Indies. And the Silva certainly continuing to bat admirably. He's moved on to 42. And Chandapal on 33. So the West Indies team certainly would be pleased with the effort of the two openers. One would hope that they could go on to get an additional 22 more runs. Would really set up the game beautifully to get a 100-run opening stand. Certainly the other batsmen to follow will feel that the two openers have done a fair bit of work on whatever 178 runs remaining. We should be able to get that total. So that in itself would send a good message to the rest of the batters in the dressing room if they could get to 100 opening stand partnership.
Riju Raman Raja has come into the attack, and he has been brought in for this game along with Khalid Saeed Ahmed. A good start. And of course CPL would be here at the Darren Sami Cricket Ground in Grosselee from the 7th of September to the 11th of September. The first game right here would be at 10 a.m. local time. Barbados Royals taking on Trinbago Knight Riders.
Should be a good game.
And the second game here, at least on that said day, would be at 7 p.m. St. Lucia Kings, the home team, taking on the Jamaican Talawas.
Yes, the Talawas in the past we have seen some good performances from them. Remember one game in particular where Christopher Henry Gill got 100.
This one hooked away nicely by De Silva. Only one. Moves on to 43. Score now 80 without loss. This is some start by the West Indies A team.
West Indies A certainly would have gotten confident from the sort of performance they saw from Bangladesh, having skittled them out for just 80. And they were able to come back in the second game and score 277. So they too should have backed themselves to get that 278 runs that is required to win. Because certainly in the first game, the batting certainly was poor. Yeah. Although they got to the score of 81, but they lost some 6 wickets in the process.
round the wicket is Raja. Ooh, that one almost played onto the stumps there. Chandapal.
This one looked like he sort of rushed him a bit.
Seen that today on a number of occasions. Mohammad Naim Sheikh almost played on a number of occasions as well. Raju Rahman Raja's first over has been done and dusted, and just one run coming off it. It's 80 without loss. Chandapal on 33 and the Silva on 43.
Yeah, good start there by Raja. Just one run off the over, so certainly needs to look to slow down the scoring of the West Indies team. Look to build a bit of pressure if possible, and see how best they could see the back of one of those batters.
Saif is going to continue. Saif Hassan. Luckily there, Josh De Silva again. This time, that one almost going back to Saif Hassan. Well, to hand actually. Quick single taken. Good one in the end.
Perhaps should have gone to the keeper. That would have been the closest end. Although Chandapal was backing up. But a direct throw could have made it very interesting.
Again, good running.
Yes, good rotation of strike there. These two seem to have a good understanding out in the middle.
Well, down the leg side, they appealed before the keeper even take the ball.
Well, the bowler did raise his hands, sort of to apologize to the umpire.
Well, you have to admire this as well, Greg. Well, you were speaking earlier about the West Indies and the inability to rotate the strike, and this is something we have been seeing now. They're rotating the strike well, as the drinks break have been reached here at the Darren Sami Cricket Ground. It's 83 without loss. De Silva is on 45. Chandapal is on 34, chasing 278 to victory. We'll take a drink and be right back with more. Well, we're back after the water break, and it's Riju Rahman Raja who is going to take up the attack from the media center end. 83 without loss to West Indies, a team. After
and gets himself 4 beautiful runs. So he moves on to 49, just 1 run away from a deserved 50.
here to be a welcomed half century for the West Indies A team. 1 run away. Looking for that single, Joshua De Silva. Chandapal, don't take nothing away from him. This man has really partnered De Silva well at the top of the order. And there is going to be a half century for Joshua De Silva. Clenches the fist and just punches the air a bit. And he raises the bat in acknowledgement of that half century to his teammates. A brilliant knock, and I think he is far from finished.
Yes, well played by Captain De Silva, certainly leading from the front. One would certainly want him to play a real captain's knock. I think this stage is set for a big score, so to speak, and it's all for the taking for him.
Keeping the scoreboard ticking here, the West Indies A team. Matthew Rajaram sending a signal stating that he has clicked the photo of the half century for Josh De Silva.
Certainly, Matthew is always on top of things.
On top of the game as always. Silva using his feet. Where did that came from, Mr. Greg Wilson? I think I'll need to ask you. Don't ask me though.
Guess a rush of blood there. First real lapse in concentration, one would say, from De Silva. There's no need for that. Like they would say, you need to bat until the cows come home.
Well, I think Josh De Silva will need to go down to Pigeon Island and then take a dip and cool off. Getting a bit warm.
Well, the Casabah beach is much closer. It's just across there, so we'll send him to Casabah if it's a sea bath he needs.
Driving, but finds a fielder. No run. So, that's the end of the over. 89 without loss. Chandapal 35, De Silva 50.
Yes, good platform set there by the West Indies. And Captain De Silva certainly has scored a delightful 50. Although he saw a rush of blood a few deliveries ago. But nevertheless, he did survive and he needs to put his head down. Still a long way to go. Still an additional 189 more runs required. So the job is not even halfway done yet. So the two need to continue batting for as long as possible. They are not under no pressure. Just 19 overs completed.
Saif Hassan has bowled 7 overs and he's gotten into his 8th now. And he just conceded 24 runs. So Mithun just looking to find a 10 overs there from Saif Hassan and looking to get through it quickly. Chandapol gets a single. He would be looking for his half century now, Tijarain Chandapol. Silva dancing down the track. Get 1. But that has really put them in this position, Greg. You know, that intent to take the singles when the ball is not there to be hit. But in addition to that, in partnership with that, they have been able to, you know, put away the bad deliveries.
Yes, it's important for them to rotate the strike, and they have done that admirably. We did speak about it early on that this is one of the areas that has plagued West Indies cricket over the years. And again, with the left-right combination, it has worked well for West Indies today.
And someone like a De Silva, having gotten this start now, I don't think, you know, he'll want to throw away his hand. He'd want to see his team home if he can.
Yeah, De Silva needs to bat for at least the next 10 overs, bat until the 30th over, and then you really assess the game from there on. And if De Silva could bat up until the 30th over as he's been batting there, West Indies should be close to 150 runs by then. So you're looking at the next 20 overs to get 128 runs, and with wickets in hand, that should be easy picking.
It should be. And, you know, if they continue in this manner, then they would be in that healthy position. At the moment, Mithun looking for a wicket. Where will it come from? It was the same question that was being asked by Josh De Silva in the first innings.
And they got 2 quick runs.
1 brings 2, 2 brings 3. Raja, normally his delivery skids on to the batsman. You can see how quickly there Chandapol had to get into position to cover the line of that delivery. And he's bowled him, playing on there, Tejarain Chandapol, a short rising delivery, looking to take that one from way outside the off stump and pull it into the on. And that's the breakthrough. Where will the wicket come from? Well, it will come from the hands of Riju Raman Raja.
Yes, short delivery there. And Chandapol looking to pull this one. Perhaps did not have the sort of pace that he anticipated. Took the inside edge and ricocheted onto the stump. So the unfortunate way to have gotten out, but Raja would be pleased with the effort nevertheless. But still a good effort there by West Indies. 94 runs, the opening stand, something that a platform to launch from.
Yeah, and that wicket, you know, brings a Teddy Bishop to the middle. Teddy Bishop there walking out, and good old Teddy Bishop, Greg Wilson, would have had a duck in the first game. He wouldn't want to remember that, but a nice platform set here. He's coming out to join his skipper. What better stage And what better foundation you want to come out and score runs?
Yeah.
Still 184 runs to get.
Yes, of 178 more deliveries. So certainly he needs to come there and push the ball around. The skipper is well set. Get his eye in first, get the blood circulating, and then he can play as freely as he possibly wants, but not what we saw in the first game where he was driving loosely outside the off stump and was caught.
Well, he would want to change that. Teddy Bishop. There's a different situation. Teddy Bishop, the man from Grenada, have completed that Under 19 World Cup in the Caribbean recently in January of 2022, and everyone would have remembered that century that he would have had at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex against Zimbabwe. He's off and running, Teddy Bishop. I'm sure there was a sigh of relief as he played that one into the onside.
Yeah, certainly the young man would have remembered the first game. Did not trouble the scorers, so to speak, and would want to get off the mark as early as possible, and was able to do that successfully this time around.
Silva on 52. This could come down to a real good game coming to the back end of this innings. Fans have remained. Kids who would have been here since this morning, looking on at these two teams play. A delivery from Raja. Oh, the Silva looking to drive expansively, loosely as well. Again, lack of concentration. And at the end of 21, it's 95 for 1.
Yes, the Silva, after getting to his 50, we've seen him play to a loose shot outside the off stump. So certainly looks like he's been losing concentration a bit. Certainly needs to dig deep, not only for himself, but for the team. Because he has done all the work, all the hard work, one would say. And to just give it away now.
So Rakibul is going to be given another opportunity. And I think it's a good one because he's going to be bowling to the new batsman, Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop, still in the youthful end of his career, just 19 years of age, and he's a well-developed player though, never mind the age. So once played uppishly and just short of Saif Hassan at a backward point, and the Silva there seems to be telling him if he's going, go hard, don't just push and prod. Back past the bowler, and he'll get one, so that would be good for him as well. Just getting off strike, turning the strike over to Josh De Silva. Teddy Bishop would have impressed as well at the regional level. Only his, of course, first regional, first class season. Chance for a run out at the non-strikers end, and De Silva, he's home just in time. Bit of a mix-up there, Greg Wilson in the middle.
Yes. Sort of mix-up, but fortunate for De Silva, he was able to get home safely.
Chance again at the non-strikers end, and Rakibul not in a good position to collect the ball. That would have been an easy run out. Saifasan picking up cleanly. Rakibul not in a good position at all to collect and execute the run out.
And there's also a possibility of a direct hit.
Yep.
But certainly these two need to get the communication right.
Similar shot, but a much easier single taken now.
And this would have been very tragic for the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets in quick succession like this.
99 for 1. At the end of 22, it's 99 for the loss of 1.
Yes, so West Indies just one run away from 100. This would be a good psychological mark to get to. 100. Certainly these two would want to build a partnership, but they need to get the communication going right, because we have seen two mix-up that could have easily ended up in the dismissal of either one of these batsmen.
Yeah, they just need to, communicate a bit better. And I'm sure De Silva, being the senior mate out there, he'd be having a word with Teddy Bishop to correct that. Raja is back. And as easy as you like, De Silva turns the strike over. The 100 comes up as well in the process with that single. 100 for 1.
Yes, good platform set there by the West Indies. These two should try to see if they could get to at least 150 before any further loss. You need, when you're batting, to set yourself some small targets.
Yeah, those sub-targets are important. It really helps you when you're out there. And the next, if you at least say for the next 4 overs, next 5 overs, you're going to score 20. You work towards that. And you work towards it with ease. Rather than you say, in the next 5 overs, I'm going to score 40, 50. You work in small bits, Greg, and work your way towards the target. Don't look to overhit the ball. Don't look to try too much different things. Simple cricket.
Most times in batting, when you keep the batting simple, you do not look to overcomplicate things, it makes life much easier for you out in the middle.
Silva having a word with Teddy Bishop. Bishop has found it a bit difficult early on here to really maneuver the balls that has been presented by the Bangladeshis. Much better from Teddy Bishop. Good single taken as well. Good calling. How important is that, Greg Wilson? You see those calls between the wickets. Not with your phone, but with your mouth.
Yeah, it's very important because you really do not want any mix-up out in the middle. Because most times than not, if you have a mix-up out there, it will result in the dismissal of one of the batters.
Well, I'm just glimpsed the monitor, and I've seen someone with a bald head. Is that Sean Alcindor?
No, I think the female I think I may have recognized the female. It looks like the mom of Zida James. They are always at the cricket. So it may very well be the parents of Zida James at the ground.
Oh. Well, maybe Matthew could just get the camera back on them again. So Zida James would have been picked for one of the women's CPL teams.
Good batting there by Teddy Bishop, just running this one down through Footman. And this is what that would be expected of him so early in his innings. More so you're batting with George De Silva who is set. Let him take the attack to the bowlers. He should be quite contented in just rotating strike.
Well, it's actually Sean Alcindor. There's a good guy. Well.
Sean is almost unrecognized. Yes, it is the mom of Zida James. I was right, that's Debbie. So it is the mom of Zida James with Sean Alcindor there.
Look at that. Look at that new haircut from Sean Alcindor.
Fresh look.
A smooth look. Maybe you could do with a bit of coconut oil on that baldy. Sean Alcindor. A good guy. But Raki Wolasan is back into the attack. Sean getting all the angles.
Zida James also has a twin sister who was playing cricket at one time. But for some reason she dropped out of cricket. And Zida continued with the sport.
Zida James, an excellent cricketer. Excellent cricketer, and hence she has been picked up by one of the CPL, the women's CPL teams for the Massey WCPL. Bishop not being able to get the ball away early on in his innings. And yes, Zida James would have been picked up for the Guyana Amazon Warriors to be skippered by Stephanie Taylor and the vice captain Shemaine Campbell. This one, not total control there, Bishop, but he gets one. He turns the strike over to De Silva. And a number of youngsters would have been picked up by these women's CPL teams. A couple youngsters from the USA and a couple youngsters as well who would have participated for the West Indies under 19 team. This one smashed down too long off by De Silva, and that completes the over. At the end of it, it's 105 for 1. De Silva moves on to 57, and Bishop, he is on 6. This will now give us some time, Greg, to just run through those women's CPL teams. For the Barbados Royals, Healy Matthews would be skipper, Shakira Selman the vice captain, Fatima Sana from Pakistan, Chloe Tryon from South Africa, Snigdha Paul from the USA, Renice Boyce, Mandy Mangru, Brittany Cooper, Aliyah Alain, Shanika Bruce, Afi Fletcher, Kiana Joseph, Jafina Joseph, and Chanel Henry. And for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, Stefani Taylor, Shemaine Campbell, Chamari Atapatu from Sri Lanka, Ayabonga Kaka from South Africa, Isani Vagela, USA, Rashada Williams, Rachel Vincent, Kesia Schultz, Shadian Nation, Sharian Fraser, Jamila Connell, Karishma Ramarak, Shabika Gajnabi, and Zeta James. This one played back fiercely to the bowler Raja, who was down, but that's good work from his own bowling.
Yes, good work there. Save what could have been 4 runs.
For the Trinbago Knight Riders, Deandra Dottin, captain, Anissa Mohammed, vice captain, Haley Jensen from New Zealand, Sunilus from South Africa, Gitika Kodali from the USA, that's the USA under 19 captain, Leanne Kirby, Kaishona Knight, Kaisia Knight, Natasha McLean. This one pulled away by the silver. Will get 1. And just continuing with the Trinbago Knight Riders women's team, Shanita Grimond, Kanisha Isaac, Janelia Glasgow, Steffi Sugrim, and Shonisha Hector. Those are the 3 teams that would be participating in the Massey Women's CPL.
Yes, 3 good teams. Some of the players there are good international players, especially those from the international teams like the New Zealand, Sri Lanka. Atapatu in particular, very aggressive player.
It's a nice shot there from Bishop. The first real convincing stroke that he would have played to rotate the strike. Yeah, really impressed to see some of these youngsters getting the opportunity, and more so with the USA players, Vagela, Snigdha Paul, Gitika Kodali. And what about this talent on the Trinbago Knight Riders team, Greg? I'm not sure how much you would have seen of her, Janelia Glasgow.
Well, I've heard of Janina quite a bit. I think she's an excellent prospect.
A special player. She bowls a ball, bowls a heavy ball, and she can hit the ball a long way as well. Back of a length there from Raja. Silver punching it away into the offside. Still 25 overs to go after this. Lots of overs, lots of runs to get as well. Silver over backward point, and he will get 4.
So De Silva certainly looking to up the ante. Has realized he has been in the 50s for a while now, and with Bishop just 7 of these 15 deliveries, probably feeling a bit of pressure. And certainly rate it's creeping up to 7 now, close to 7, 6.75. So De Silva certainly thinks that he has to get a move on, but he has to be selective.
Nelson is on the board now, 1-1-1 for 1. Funny old number. Nelson.
Is there any number West Indians are superstitious about?
Well, I'm trying to figure out the same thing. Silva not getting that one away. That completes the over. It is 1-1-1 for one.
So the Silva continued to bat admirably out there. We've just seen him just lapse in concentration at least twice when he got to 52 and 54. But he certainly has done a lot of hard work out there. 62 to his name. Another 48 more runs. With the way he's batting and some 25 more overs required, the Silva should back himself up to at least get to free figures.
He should, as the captain as well. He'd want to get that. Good to see Teddy Bishop getting into the action. Quiet afternoon here in Grosseille. Some work is being done on the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium ahead of the Caribbean Premier League. The groundsmen would have been enjoying these the last ODI match, the unofficial one-day match, and this one. I think they would have enjoyed that, Greg, because of the fact that they would not have had much work to do.
Yes, they were under tremendous pressure during the unofficial 2 test matches, especially the second test. The first 3 days they were very busy.
Two names that really stand out, and you were mentioning one of them to me at the last game, Teddy Bishop and Akeem Auguste, 2 of the youths who have come through the ranks in recent times and has really shown their talent, Greg. As the over comes to an end, it's 114 for 1.
Yes, even in the ongoing Rising Stars tournament going in St. Vincent, Akeem, the 2 matches he has played so far, he has gotten 2 half centuries. 80 in the first and 66 in the second against Jamaica. So certainly he has been scoring a bit of runs, but still believe that having played first-class cricket, you have played a level above most of the youngsters there. He still need to stamp his authority. Still too many soft dismissals, especially the second one against Jamaica, second inning, with just 5 overs to go in for the end of the day's play. And he was comprehensively bold, looking for a big expansive drive through the onside. So you need to be more responsible than that, I believe. At this level, you're supposed to stamp your authority.
Yeah, especially when you have played at the first class level, and you rightfully mentioned that. And it's similar to what we are seeing out here in the middle, Greg. You know, De Silva playing Test cricket for the West Indies. Coming down to this level, I was a bit unhappy at how he got out in the 2 Test matches as well, and throwing away his hand. But it's good to see him getting some runs in the one-day match, his second one-day match. But as you said, stamping your authority is important, making your presence felt when you come down here, because you are playing at a higher level. So when you come down here, you need to really step up and set the example for players at a younger age. And speaking about setting the example, here's a lovely stroke back down the ground past Raja for 4.
Yes, powerfully driven back past the bowler, and with the made off up once the ball had gone past the bowler, with the pace that it was struck, there was 4 written all over it. So good shot there by Da Silva. Moves on to 67 and West Indies 119. So like we said earlier on, the next target for the West Indies would be 150. Perhaps look to see if they could get to 150 without losing any further wickets. That would do the confidence of the batters out in the middle well, and more so those in the dugout.
So Naeem Sheikh could have already gotten a century in this game. With the Silva now, another opener. This is pleasing on the eyes there from the Silva as he gets one. Both him and Raja having a word or two after 26 overs. Bangladesh A was 126 for the loss of 2.
So there's not that much of a difference. West Indies would have lost 1 wicket fewer, but Bangladesh would have had 6 runs more.
Yeah. This one climbing on Bishop, not being able to get into position nicely there to play it. So he has to settle for that. Only 1 run.
Perhaps he would have been better served just roll the wrist on this one, because you have a man on the long leg boundary and a man at the square leg boundary. So anything mistimed, and there's a possibility he could have been out caught in the deep.
It looked as though he was going into the air. He's going aerial. Edged and gone. De Silva edging that one into the hands of Xhaka Alianik. And he has to go, unfortunately, for 68.
Yes, a wide delivery. Looking to perhaps just run this one down through Footman, getting the bottom edge of the bat. And the keeper, Alec, did a good job. Dive into his right. So another soft dismissal there by Judge De Silva after doing all the hard work.
Well, I'm trying my best to understand why he was unhappy with that decision. I thought that was clearly an outside edge.
Well, I could understand what would have happened to De Silva. Looking to run the ball down through Footman, the bat would have hit the ground.
Yeah.
So he would not have felt when the ball hit the bat. So once the ball hit the bat at the same time, the bat would have hit the ground. So he would have only felt he hitting the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, there was certainly a clear deviation.
But you got to see a clear deviation from the bat. But again, this was a wide delivery. And if you wanted to play like they say, you throw your bat at that delivery.
Yeah,
just looking to just run this ball down to Footman and get in the edge, and good work done there by the keeper. So Bangladesh should be pleased with their efforts. To see the back of De Silva was looking threatening.
Yeah, he was certainly looking threatening. And now it's going to be up to these two out in the middle to just repair the innings a bit. 157 required from 139. 2 wickets down. Looks to be Justin Greaves, who has come out to the middle. It is Justin Greaves. Justin Greaves, who is from Barbados and would have had good showing with the ball in this series thus far. More so in the last game, the first ODI match, unofficial one-day match of this series. Justin Greaves would have played one-day international cricket for the West Indies already. but in his 3 matches that he would have played, he would have only scored 29 runs. And that brings a wicket taking over to a close, 121 for 2. Bishop is on 11. Graves is yet to score.
At the end of a good, successful over there by Raja, getting the wicket of Captain De Silva. He looked set out there for a big one, but that wasn't to be. And Graves and Bishop would need another partnership between them with 157 more runs of 138 more deliveries. So the run rate now is climbing closer to 7. So certainly once it gets past 7, it may start being a bit of concern for the West Indies.
This one cut away expertly by the young Teddy Bishop for 4.
Yes, excellent shot there by Bishop. Was given a bit of room there and really pounce on this one, cutting it all along the ground, and gets himself 4 delightful runs. So that should do his confidence a world of good.
Changing bats as well there, Teddy Bishop. During that little period where Josh De Silva was dismissed. Did you have a lot of bats to change in your time, Greg?
No, sir. We only worked with about 2. Very few guys had free bats in the kit.
Graves has always been someone who has impressed with the bat. Shown as well glimpses of hope. But he's never been someone to really push on.
Are you seeing that Mr. Graves does flatter to deceive at times?
126 for 2. The West Indies A looking to get to 278. Graves looking to go big. I don't think the situation warrants anything of that nature at the moment.
I think with the mid on up and just one man in the square leg region, he felt that there were acres of real estate that he could have explored.
"28 overs bowled, 128 for the loss of 2.
Yes, the end of a good over there for West Indies. Some 7 runs coming off this last Rakibul over. So exactly 150 runs more required. So Teddy Bishop, at least he has gotten a start, 17 off 25. And one would hope that the young man could continue to build on the stat that he has gotten.
Yeah, Bishop getting the opportunity. One of the few youngsters that have been included in his team. McKenny Clark would have been given the opportunity with Karaya leaving. Graves was interested for a single there. He was sent back by Bishop. Short pulled into the onside. 1 to the Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, good shot there by the young man. On this occasion, he was certainly in control of the shot, and this time around looked to keep it down.
Turned away fine. That's going to be 4 to Justin Graves. Well played. Not looking to overhit the ball. It was there to be just ticked away, and that he did.
Yes, Raja in this occasion just straight into the pads of Justin Graves and just got sufficient bat onto it, and the ball just raced down through the vacant fine leg region and got himself 4 easy runs and moved on the total now to 133 for the loss of 2 wickets for the West Indies.
Sweetly played by Graves. No run. Deck has been a good one. Bowlers dominating last couple of days in this series, and now Greg, something for the batsman.
Yes, certainly the batsman would be pleased with the deck today. I think once you prepared to spend some time out in the middle, you would have gotten just reward.
You would have fancied playing on this pitch if you had the opportunity to?
Oh, most certainly. I think most persons who have the opportunity to play out there, as a batsman, you do relish the opportunity. It's always a good deck. You know you could trust the bounce, play through the line of the ball. You could play on the up. So it's always a good wicket to bat on.
Run down the third man there by Justin Graves. So 1. So 1 more delivery in the over. 134 for the loss of 2. The sun peeking over the Beausejour Hills as we speak. It's been a great bowling effort by Riju Raman Raja. And that just underlines that point. 134 for the loss of 2.
Yes, good delivery to end the over. As we always say, close the over. And that he was able to do. Just 6 coming from the over. Still a good productive over for West Indies. But Raja, as you indicate, some 31 run, has picked up 2 wickets in the 7 overs that he has bowled so far. So the equation for the West Indies is 144 more in 126 balls, with the required rate inching closer to 7. But with wickets in hand, this is always important going into the last 10 overs of the innings.
Spin again. So slowing things down. Here is Mithun looking to build some pressure. Looking to get in a couple dot deliveries quickly. Turn the overs around and see if you can build up some pressure. But Graves turning the strike over. Good call there by Graves. You would have known that he could have made it, and he went through.
Yes, good single there, taken by Graves. The fielder, they were kind of hanging back closer to the circle. And Bishop doing the right thing, just playing with soft hands right on the edge of the square, and they were able to scamper through for a single.
Turn on offer there for Rocky Bull. Hassan. We're into the 30th over of the innings. Rocky Bull's 8 over comes to an end. He's yet to pick up a wicket, but he's bowling well. It's 137 for loss of 2.
Yes, good going there by Rocky Bull and the Bangladesh team, just pulling things back slightly. Again, the required rate 6.99, inching closer to 7. And the current rate 4.59. So with 20 overs remaining in the innings, it should looks like we're gonna have a thrilling ending, I would want to think.
Well, we would hope so. You know, the West Indies off to a good start, chasing 278, but Riju Raman Raja striking on 2 occasions, 2 for 31, removing the 2 openers, Chanda Paul and Josh De Silva. Chanda Paul for 39. Silva for 68. Justin Graves has somewhat of a look like a Shamar Brooks, the way he's framing up there. Greg, Saeed Khalid Ahmed has the ball in hand.
Another quick single taken there by these two. So at least they're showing good intention of wanting to rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's good to see that intent not dying. That intent that we saw at the start of the innings from Chanda Paul and De Silva to rotate the strike. It's still evident among the batsmen that followed. .140 required from 119. Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium or Cricket Ground. Lots of history associated with this ground. As Graves looking for another single. Direct hit, and they will get through for the single now. I can't understand why the fielder was throwing the ball. Graves was already inside his crease, and it didn't make any sense that the fielder would have thrown that ball, Greg.
It doesn't make any sense to either one of us, because it all just resulted in a free run to Graves and the West Indies.
But sometime in the heat of the battle, you know, a lapse, you know, we speak about lapse in concentration from the batsmen. Sometimes we see it from the fielders as well. Teddy Bishop looking to pull this one away. rushed on a bit. Four singles and 4 deliveries thus far. And easily Graves getting a single. He's playing it with soft hands, so that allows him to play the ball so late and so slow that it doesn't get to the fielder quickly.
It's a good batting by this too. The ball does not present itself to be hit to the boundary. At least they're able to pick up a single, so no dot balls. That's very important.
Looking to slash at that one there, Teddy Bishop. Too close to cut. And at the end of 31, it is 142 for the loss of 2.
Yes, so the required rate has now gone past 7 and over. And the current rate 4.61. Still not, current rate not that bad. Because with wickets in hand, at some point in time, you could always up the ante and get the required rate. But the most importantly, we're seeing between these two, their commitment to turn over the strike. So some 5 singles in the last Khalid Ahmed over.
Justin Graves, the man who will certainly be charged with the responsibility of playing the lead role in this partnership. But Teddy Bishop, he is gone past 20, he's on 21. Looked as though it's Mukidul Islam Mugdho. Down the leg side. Hand to boot there, but starting well straight and going down with the angle. Some fire there from Mugdo. Looking to launch that one back at the stumps. Not Graves though.
Mugdo, at least on this over, started things very tight. 2 dot deliveries. And
no chance for leg before there. Gonna be leg buys, signaled by the umpire. Expect Bishop to do something special here in this game after having gotten this start. is a top shot from Teddy Bishop. And Greg Wilson acknowledges it with applause as it races away for 4.
Yes, certainly beautifully played there by young Teddy Bishop. Mugdo on this occasion just serving one outside the off stump and half volley. Just launch into this one. The man at the mid-off region did not have a chance to cut it off. The ball just sped into the boundary for 4. So good shot there by Bishop.
This time, loud appeal. And looks as though it has been heading down the leg side. Umpire Dayton Butler, he headed down the leg side as well immediately.
Apparently he must have had some bats in there, because I did not see him signal.
Yes, I didn't see any signal from the umpire. Looks to have been some bat onto it. 148 for the loss of 2. Well, that completes the over, and at the end of it, it's 148 for 2. 32 overs have been bowled, and West Indies, they need a further 130 runs of 109 deliveries. Mugdo has bowled 5 overs, none for 23. Teddy Bishop is on 26, and Justin Graves, he's on 11.
Yes, good batting by these two out there. We saw a lovely drive by Teddy Bishop. And certainly the young man is growing in confidence. He looked like he has settled and looking to play edgy ball on its merit. Hope we do not put the commentator's curse on him, but he's look impressive this time around.
He has really put his head down and he's stuck to his tasks. So as a team, you know, Greg, when you have a youngster batting, you always want to play the mind games with the youngsters.
Yeah, most certainly.
Play into the air. Safely though. Bishop gets one. We're speaking about the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And the amount of rich history that it would have had. Graves tapping this one into the offside. Another single. And that Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Well, the 150 comes up for the West Indies. 128 needed again in 105 deliveries. The Darren Sammy Cricket Ground was previously known as the Bose Joe Ground, and it was renamed the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in July of 2016 in honor of the Windies captain who led the team to memorable victories in both the 2012 and 2016 ICC World T20 tournaments. It was built back in 2002 and now with a capacity of just around 13,000 persons. It is the home of the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. And in 2006, as Greg would have known, the stadium would have hosted the first ever day-night ODI in the West Indies after becoming the first stadium in the region to install flood lighting. So that's the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. too full and too straight as well there from Ahmed.
For the World Cup, there were 2 temporary stands that were placed there. You had one between the electronic scoreboard and the Johnson Charles stand, and there was another one towards the back of the party stand.
Party stand is everywhere, Greg. Party stand is that's where the party is, the vibes is. Party stand, the Trini posse in Trinidad.
Have you ever experienced cricketing when any party stand?
Well, I have not. Well, for the West Indies versus India series, I would have had a little experience of that at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And but I plan to, Greg, I already have my ticket to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders versus the Jamaica Talawas contest. I'll be in the party stand. You find me there.
Okay, sir. Enjoy for 2, that's all I can say.
Enjoy for 2?
Yeah.
I'll try my best. So you do 2 in the party stand here in Beausejour.
Well, actually, I should be doing comments, so I would have no time to be in the party stand.
Well, Greg, you could enjoy the commentary for me as well. Enjoy the atmosphere. Mugdo is back into the attack, and when they would have needed breakthroughs in that first game, Greg, that would have been the man to get them for the Bangladeshi team. He's back in, and they're in a similar situation, this time with more runs on the board.
So clearly, Teddy Bishop has realized that the scoring rate is now heading in close to 8 now, and you see that he's looking to up the ante a bit. He has been out there for a while now, 30 or 40 deliveries.
This one is pulled away, and this could run away, but the fielder from long on comes around, and they'll have to settle for 1 run. That's Teddy Bishop.
Bit of poor running by Graves. Teddy certainly wanted a second run, but Justin Graves seems to have other ideas.
I think Justin Graves would be the aggressor in this partnership, but Bishop really trying hard to get the ball away. It's good batting, good running, turning the strike over nicely. Justin Graves, to immediate effect as well. Very soon we may see another water break in this innings. This one is into the air. He could be out here. He could have thrown away his hand here, Teddy Bishop. And that he did. My, oh my.
Well, certainly you could have seen the trap was set for Teddy Bishop. This is the third delivery, in the over that the ball was banging short. And Mugdu did realize that he was looking to go over the top. And certainly this one was a bit too high, really could not control it. And the fielder came around and took a relatively easy catch. So after doing all the hard work, one would say a sort of soft dismissal.
Yes, soft dismissal indeed. And with that dismissal, the water break has been taken as well. We'll take a short one and be back with more action. The West Indies looking to get 278 for victory. They need another 123 of 97 balls. And at the moment, they've lost 3 wickets, 7 wickets in hand. Bangladesh looking to restrict them as well. Well, we are ready to resume here after the drinks break. Tevin Imlach partners with Justin Graves now. And Graves just taking strike to end the over. And at the end of it, it's 155 for the loss of 4 wickets. Well, actually 3 wickets, sorry. And that man just being dismissed was Teddy Bishop for 31.
Yes, one could have seen clearly that Mugdo was looking to set Teddy Bishop up. He was a barrage of short pitch bowling, and the one who got him out certainly was not in control of that delivery, was bounced and was outside the off stump, really looked to pull across and really was not in control, and presented a relatively easy catch to the man running into the short mid-wicket area.
Saeed Khalid Ahmed. And he's gone! Run out was Justin Graves. And my, oh my, Greg Wilson. 4 wickets down now for the West Indies. A mix-up in the middle. Turned into the onside. Imlach was looking to run the single. He called through Graves, and then...
I think Graves, on this occasion, I think Graves was the one backing up a bit too much. There was a non-existent single. I think had Imlach gone for the single, he himself would have been run out with that direct hit.
Well, Imlach took off.
Yeah, the initial movement.
Yeah. And Graves would have taken off as well. But as you said, backing up a bit too much. So he wouldn't have had that amount of time to just get back quickly. And in the end, he was left stranded.
So 2 quick wickets. West Indies losing 2 wickets there. And certainly this would have set them back tremendously. And you would have 2 new batsmen at the crease. Just what Bangladesh would have wanted.
Tefin Imlach facing up to Khalid Saeed Ahmed. You just have a look at that run out in a short bit again. A run out of Justin Greaves. Imlach gets one this time. Athanaze joins him. And the man issuing the run out was Mohammad Naeem Sheikh. The man would have scored a century today. So 156 for the loss of 4. This is a tricky position now for the West Indies A team. Puts a real challenge up for Athanaze and Imlach. As this one peels off the outside edge. Slip fielder not being able to collect cleanly. And they're through for a single. Athanaze is off and running.
I think with the loss of these 2 quick wickets, I think it is safe to say that the pendulum has really swung in the direction of the Bangladesh team.
Number of these wicketkeeper batsmen, and I always say it, busy. And you can see him like as soon as he struck the ball, he's looking for runs. Dinesh Ramdin did that well. Carlton Bohr. Even Josh Silva now does a lot. Tevin Imlach. Taking that single. Important that. It's about 4:39 p.m. in the afternoon here in Grosile. Athanaze now with a quick single. A direct hit, and umpire Tuckett says not out.
I think he was clearly in. A good aggressive running by this though.
Putting pressure on the fielders, and the fielders standing up as well, doing good work there, issuing the direct hit. Good cricket all around. At the end of 35, it's 159 for 4.
So the rate now is heading close to 8. Certainly starting to be a bit of concern for the West Indies. And with the loss of 2 set batsmen, it's now for Tevin Imlach and Alec Athanaze to look to put in a partnership.
Well, it's similar to what we saw in the Bangladesh innings. Bangladesh 162 for 2. And then they jumped to 162 for 4. So, similar to what we saw in that innings, Graves and Bishop falling in quick succession. It's like what we saw from Sheikh and Mithun in the Bangladesh innings. They're really running the singles hard, these 2 batsmen. It's at this point where the Bangladeshis, they were 168 for 4. So they were just ahead by 8 runs. That's a quick one there from Mugdho. Another short delivery and a wide signal by the umpire.
So I thought the batsman Imlach did stand his ground, and you could have seen clearly the ball went way over.
A good delivery, cramping Imlach for room, looking to take him on there, Imlach. But Mugdho was equal to the task. He was better, quicker at that one. Mukhidul Islam Mugdho would have made his T20 debut for Bangladesh Krira Shika Pratishthan in 2018-2019 Dhaka Premier Division T20 Cricket League in 2019, and he would have made his list A debut for the said team in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Imlach looking again for a single, so pressure on the West Indies A batsman as we speak. And his first class debut would have been for Rangpur Division in the 2019-2020 National Cricket League. And surprisingly, in February of 2021, he was selected in the Bangladesh emerging squad for their home series against the Ireland Wolves. And in April of that year, he was named in the Bangladesh's preliminary test squad for the series against Sri Lanka. This guy has some talent, Mukhidul Mugdho. And he's bowled him. Speaking about him and his talent, there he is, castling that man Tevin Imlach.
Certainly good delivery there by Mukhidul. Pulling straight at the wicket. You miss, I hit. And certainly the West Indies team are starting to feel the pressure. Imlach going across the line on this occasion and was comprehensively bowled. So certainly you could see the body language of the Bangladesh team, they certainly feel that they have this one in the bag.
A poor choice of shot there from Tevin Imlach, you have to say, Greg Wilson. I don't think that was the shot for the situation, especially, you know, with the ball that was served up as well. It was a straight delivery. Maybe playing it back to the bowler, playing it back past the bowler was a better decision that should have been made. But in the end, the decision had already been made to go over deep mid-wicket or over mid-on's head. And Imlach, he has to go for 2.
So the West Indies now losing the 5th wicket. Equation now 117 of what? 86 deliveries. 85. So
yeah, it's Shamar Springer who will join the Alec Athanaze. Shamar Springer can bat. He would have left that one alone into the gloves of Xhaka at the end of 36 at 161 for the loss of 5. And Athanaze, he's on 3. And Shamar Springer, he's yet to get off the mark after just facing 1 delivery.
Yeah, good over completed by Mukido, conceding 2 runs, but most importantly, picking up the wicket of Imlach. So the West Indies team now with a rate of over 8 and over. It's going to take a bit of getting if they are to cross that 278 run that is required to win.
Yes, and it's going to be the spin of Rakibul Hassan for the next over. He's bowled 8. And in his 8 overs, he's conceded 37. Good news coming out of England from Southampton in the 100 men's competition. Andrew Russell playing for the Manchester Originals. He would have contributed to a 188 for 3 first innings total. He would have made 64 not out of 23 deliveries. And in his bowling, he would have had 1 for 7. So he would have had a man of the match performance out there in Southampton. Athanaze would want to put up a man of the match performance if he can win this game for the West Indies A team. Want to do something of similar start here. Short cut away. That's for Athanaze with his first boundary of the afternoon.
Yes, good shot there by Athanaze. Rakibul on this occasion just short outside the off stump. Give Athanaze enough room to free his arms and bisected the 2 fielders beautifully down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So West Indies would need a few more of those shots from Athanaze, a few more boundaries. He needs to be selective.
Loud appeal for leg before, and he's given. Rakibul strikes. Athanaze, the man to go. That looked as though it would have been cannoning into middle and leg stump. Let's have another look.
Just thinking of being selective. This was straight. And certainly good decision there. Athanaze does not look pleased with the decision, but having the advantage of the replay, we could say certainly it was a good decision by the umpire.
You have just struck Rakibul Hassan for a boundary, a short delivery outside the off stump. It was obvious that he was going to alter the line, alter the length. He was going to get it in full, Greg Wilson. And there you go, pulling out the good old sweep. Was too full to be sweeping.
Certainly. And he paid the price. So West Indies now losing their sixth wicket with 165 on the board, and certainly it looks like a serious uphill task for the West Indies now.
Yeah, what looked to be a solid platform from Josh Da Silva and Tejnarayan Chandapal now looks to be the West Indies staring down the barrel of defeat. But we'll have to wait and see. 165 for the loss of 6. Brian Charles comes out to the middle. He's no mug with the bat as well, Charles and Springer. But we're into the bowlers now. Springer is an all-rounder. Charles would consider himself an all-rounder as well. But we're basically into the bowlers now, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly we are.
And exciting times for Rocky Bull as he runs away.
That was a picture of a delivery. What a delivery to face. First ball, Brian Charles.
Well, he's very vocal now, Rocky Bull Hassan. He's enjoying himself. Watchful there, Charles, as the over comes to an end. An excellent one there from Rocky Bull Hassan. 165 for the loss of 6.
Yes, one bad delivery where he got spanked. But West Indies certainly struggling after a good contribution from Tijnoresh Thunderpaul, getting 38 off 61, and De Silva 68 from 79. Teddy Bishop had a good enough start, some 31 runs, and really gave it away. And Justin Greaves run out, and then we're just in a flurry of wickets going down for the West Indies team.
Yeah, flurry of wickets indeed. Last 3 batsmen there, Greaves, Imlach and Athanaze, not really helping the cause of the West Indies team today. And looks as though Ahmed is going to come into the attack. Saeed Khalid Ahmed. It is Saeed Khalid Ahmed. And the Bangladesh team, having gotten into this position, they would want to look to close off this game as quickly as possible. And he's bowled him! Khalid Saeed Ahmed sneaks through the defences of Shamar Springer, and the middle stump goes back, is it? But I know for sure that Shamar Springer is going back.
Yes, quick delivery there by Khalid. This one really, he was beaten for pace. And could you imagine the ball has travelled past the 30-yard circle?
Well, the stumps as well has been broken. The umpire, Carl Tuckett, is signalling to the groundsman for another stump. Well, well, well.
So certainly a quick delivery there. And Ahmed being introduced into the attack from the Kaimoje end, and immediately has gotten success.
Yeah, immediately he's been chopping and changing his ends to see if he can get some success. And well, he's had it now. Who is that coming out there now? Is it Anderson Phillip? Yes, it's Anderson Phillip, who is going to join Brian Charles. The stump has been chipped, and there's good old Jonas. Joni is going out to the middle to carry a stump. And Joe with the stump. A good guy, Jonas.
Yeah.
He's been kind to us, the media team. And he's having a good laugh with one of the Bangladesh fielders as well. There's good old Joe running off gingerly but safely. Need to buckle that belt, Joni. Well, it's Anderson Phillip who has joined Brian Charles out there now. A bit too much to ask of the lower order batsman, Greg?
I would say so.
113 from 78. And Phillips stylishly leaves this one into the gloves of Jara Alianik.
But still enough runs for either batsman to get at least 30-40 runs under the belt.
Ooh, that's a feature for delivery.
Yes, that was a beauty. And like they would say, perhaps a better batsman may have nicked this one.
Well, I don't think Anderson Phillip would want to hear you saying that one there, Greg.
But Anderson Phillip is coming about at number 9.
He would say, Greg, but I'm a good player.
But certainly it was a picture of a delivery.
Excellent.
Really squared him up. And immediately a slip has been positioned.
That's a good move by Mohammad Mithun. Tightly in defense there, Anderson Phillip, as he works it into the onside for one.
Certainly he has gotten off the mark.
Brings Charles on to strike. Charles, speaking about his batting prowess, there are two of the groundsmen as well. Speaking about Charles' batting prowess, 322 first-class runs, 32 matches. And Charles now is off and running as well. One more delivery to go in the over. It's 167 for the loss of 7. It's a long way away from over this game. It's about approaching the hour 5 p.m. here in Grosselet. Handled it well there, Anderson Phillip, to end the over 167 for the loss of 7.
Well, certainly Khalid is just serving him a dose of his own medicine. He did handle that short ball very well, and Khalid Ahmed continuing to bowl well. Picked up the wicket of Springer, and the West Indies with the daunting task of 111 of 72 deliveries, but importantly only 3 wickets in hand, and with no real top order batters at the crease. It's always going to be difficult for the West Indies. It means that those batters really have to play out of their skins.
No one really carried on to play a 9 shake sort of innings, Greg. I mean, he didn't carry on to bat through the innings, but at least he was able to get a big 100. And that would have contributed to his team getting up.
And certainly Captain De Silva was poised to get 100.
Yeah, and he gave it away. This one played in the air by Charles. He will get 2. Rakibul for a moment would have thought that he had his man there, but way out of the reach of the mid-wicket fielder. Good delivery there from Rakibul. He'd want to get another wicket or 2 in this final over of his. Had 1 in the first game. Now 1 in the second. Charles playing the situation well. Do you think these guys still feel they can get that 109 runs, Greg Wilson? This one played in the air, down to long on. Charles looking to take on Rocky Bull.
I think once you see yourself as a batsman, you always believe that you're going to get whatever runs once it is mathematically possible.
And it is possible. I don't see why it is not.
And nowadays, once bowlers have a bat in hand, they also always see themselves as a batter. So I think they would believe that they do have the pedigree and can get close enough to the score, if not overhaul it. But this is a tall order for sure.
Philip just defending that one into the onside. No run at the end of 39 is 170 for 7.
Yes, the very slow going there by these two, and really the bowling has been tight. Rocky Bull certainly would have enjoyed his spell. Did bowl well enough to have picked up a few more wickets, but he would be pleased with his effort of his 10 and only conceding 44.
So 108 from 66. The final 11 overs to get 108. We've seen teams done it, but they have been in a better position to do it. So we'll have to wait and see what the West Indies A team can pull off. Yeah, or if the Bangladesh A team can just put the death rattle on the West Indies A team. Short, and is he gone? No, he's not. Coming off the helmet. So testing out the helmet there is Khalid Syed Ahmed.
That on the shoulder. Was certainly a quick delivery there by
maybe we can have
Khalid.
Closer look at that again. Well, I think this may be off the shoulder. This one though, off the middle of the bat for 4.
Sounded sweet out there. Certainly that was a shot of authority there. As a bowler, you has bounced the previous deliveries and certainly was anticipating another short pitch ball, and it was onto this one in a flash. So good execution there, and one would just anticipate what the response of Khalid Ahmed would be.
Think he's going to dig it in short again, or maybe he's going to bowl it right up into the block hole, Yorker length. Let's see.
Might just be a double bluff there, sending the man out on the mid-wicket boundary and firing the good old Yorker.
This time Charles goes big, and it goes all the way for 4. That's some connection there from Brian Charles, and he is turning it on now. Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly they are taking the attack to the Ahmed, realizing that the overs are running out. We're into the 40th over, and with 100 plus runs still required, they decide that they need to up the ante.
This time Charles getting a single. 179 for the loss of 7. 99 now to get from 62. Well played there by Philip. If they can get this would be some doing from the West Indies. Can see Raju Raman Raja warming up at third man. Maybe he'll be coming into the attack from this end, from the media center end. Well, Anderson Phillip with a lovely straight drive for 4. Uppish, but safe.
Yes, with mid on, mid off, up. Ball picked up by Khalid Ahmed. Playing the lofted drive. Just 2 bounce over the rope. Safe shot. So good productive over there for West Indies. Some 13 runs coming off the last over there of Khalid Ahmed.
Good going by Charles and Philip. Making something out of the game here now. They're bringing West Indies closer.
Certainly.
Bangladesh, though, they want to pin all the nails that are remaining in the coffin of the West Indies as quickly as possible. And Soumya Sarkar is going to be given an opportunity. He would have come in the last game and struck a big blow as well in the loan over that he had been given. So he's now looking to come in and do the same.
Of 60. Game on.
Game on, Greg Wilson. Game on.
These two just need to bat perhaps another 5 overs or so. Get this score much closer.
They're looking good out there in the middle, I can tell you that much. Hitting the ball clean.
Yes, certainly the 2 shots we have seen from Brian Charles came from the middle of the bat, and that lofted drive from Anderson Phillip, it looked good.
Charles turning this one down to long on, looking for 2, but he'll have to settle for 1. Anderson Phillip, who has a first class average of 11.52. In 19 first class games, he has struck 242 runs. Charles, whose average is just about 8.47. Well, Anderson Phillip was going for a big shot. Missed out.
I think good offer. Looking to go straight down.
I don't think these guys are going to die wondering, Greg Wilson. They're going to go for it.
Why not?
Oh, lovely shot. Getting one there, Anderson Phillip, turning the strike over.
And more so batting from the players' pavilion end, you'll be hitting with the wind. So certainly they could fancy their chances of hitting the ball. And once you get the elevation, it will travel.
Slow delivery there from Soumya Sarkar, not giving Charles any pace to work with.
So Sarkar certainly mixing things up, not being too predictable.
whipped away. You can hear the cries of 2-2-2 from the groundsmen and the supporters on the Johnson Charles end. Johnson Charles stand, but Charles will just have to earn himself one. Philip looking to take on the short delivery. Thought that he should have been uppercutting that one over backward point and third man. But the over comes to an end. 41 overs bowled. 93 required from 54 deliveries. And it is 185 for the loss of 7. 186, sorry, for the loss of 7. Khalid Ahmed might be continuing from that far end, the Players Pavilion end or the Kaimaje end. Actually, it's not going to be Khalid Said Ahmed, it's going to be Riju Rahman Raja. Riju Rahman Raja, whose delivery skid on. So it's going to come on a bit quickly onto Brian Charles and Anderson Phillip, and Charles is pointing out the gaps at the moment. The sword man. Riju Rahman Raja in his 7 overs bowled, he would have had 2 for 31. Would have looked good, and you would have started things off for the Bangladeshis. Would have picked up the first 2 wickets, that of Tejnarayan Chandapal, bowled off an inside edge, and then Josh De Silva, who was caught by Shaka Ali Anik looking to play a delivery down to third man, taking the outside edge into his gloves. Charles smashing this one. 2 mid off. 1 to the total. After 41 overs, Bangladesh A was 206 for 4. So they are well behind here, the West Indies A team. These guys are not giving up. Looking to slash at that one hard there. Maybe looking to overhit the ball there, Anderson Phillip. But again, he's going to look to go for the big ones. Both him and Charles. The Bangladeshis don't need to try too much things, just need to keep it straight, keep it tight. Because if they are to go for the big ones and they miss, you're going to hit. Just like that. Keep it straight. Look to firing those deliveries into the toes of the batsmen and surprise them with the odd short delivery at times. Oh, there's some spice from Riju Rahman Raja. It's a good short delivery. It was warned, 1 for the over. And Greg Wilson has just ran down the stairs where his local breadfruit tree was to ensure that his breadfruit was still on the tree. But when he went, he told me that he only found half of the breadfruit was sliced off. The person that took half left half for him on the tree. Greg?
That's a very good thief. At least they left half for me.
So Philip, at the moment, not looking to leave anything for the Bangladeshis, goes high and hard over mid-off for 4.
Yes, top shot there by Anderson Phillip, hitting this one on the up. Just clearing the man at the mid-off region down to the boundary for 4. So certainly still continuing to take the attack to the Bangladesh team.
Yeah, didn't get just that single in the first delivery of this over from Brian Charles, and since then it has all been Anderson Phillip in this over, facing 3-dot deliveries and now striking a boundary, a welcome boundary. Some changes being made to the field now. The fine leg fielder coming up inside the circle. That's Soumya Saka. And this is a massive hit, but dropping just inside of the ropes, and it goes for another boundary. Consecutive boundaries of the bat of Anderson Phillip.
Yes, so Anderson Phillip certainly is taking the attack to Raja in this over. Certainly he's signaling his intention. He's not going to go down just wandering. And a good sign, but the required rate now has jumped over 10. So 83 of 48 deliveries.
And they're making something out of this, Greg Wilson. And not going down, dying, wandering. They're fighting this game. Anderson Phillip and Brian Charles.
Well, they certainly need to fire at both ends. Cannot be just Anderson Phillip. Charles will need to play his part as well.
It's a good delivery though. Cannot get under that ball.
Yes, good ball there by Saka. Bowling full. It's difficult to hit those deliveries out of the park.
This one, a full toss, wide outside the off stump. Charles was looking to meet it, and all he was able to do was play it out to cover. Gets one. That won't help the cause though.
So Saka clearly has signaled his intention to bowl the ball full and wide. So the batsmen need to perhaps step across, get closer, but outside the off stump, try something different.
Or too wide this time, is it? Yes, too wide. Umpire Tuckett signals the extra, and Saka smiles.
So Saka saw the initial movement by Phillips to go outside the off stump and decide to go wider, but was penalized on this occasion.
Oh, threw the shot too early there. Slower delivery.
And he has used those slower balls to good effect. So Saka certainly mixing things up. And the required width is quickly approaching 11.
It's a good shot. Getting that one right up there again. But Philip waited nicely, got into position and whipped it. Was able to pick up one rather than it being a dot delivery.
So good depth bowling there by Saka. Really not giving the batters anything to really get under.
Saka has been known for bowling good at the death. And just about speaking about that, he bowls up a wide delivery. And if we remember well, a couple of years ago, when Dinesh Karthik would have destroyed Soumya Saka in the final of the Nida Haas Trophy against Bangladesh to hit a final ball 6 to win a game, Saka would have been distraught after Karthik would have dealt with him severely. That's in 2017-2018. That was the Nida Haas T20 Tri-Series in Colombo. This one whipped away on the onside for 1. Charles looking for 2, not 1.
So the end of a good over there by Saka. Only conceding some 4 runs. 3 of the bat and a wide. Actually 5 runs off the overs. So the West Indies has brought up the 200. It's a good effort. But they would want to get the remaining 74 runs. 78 runs, sorry. But it's going to be a daunting task, no doubt. With the required weight has gone up to 11.
Two for Raja, 2 for Mugdo, and 1 apiece for Khalid Saeed Ahmed and Rakibul Hassan in there. Raja continuing from the Kaimaji end. It's getting into the late afternoon here now, Greg. It's about 7 overs to go. Well, 6 after this. 78 runs needed. They need a couple of lusty blows here, the West Indies A team. Well, some like that. But he finds the fielder and he spills it. And that's Samir Rahman of all people who has put that catch down.
I think he's smiling but not satisfied with his performance there at all. That ball sit up in the air long enough to have given him enough time to run in to take the catch, and the ball did fall into his hands, in and out.
Oh, he didn't have to move much at all. Charles finding him, and he didn't accept it. Stifled appeal for caught behind, not out, says umpire Butler. Phillip looking to take on the short pitch bowling.
With the ball outside the off stump, perhaps Phillips should look to hit the ball uppercut over the man at the backward point. But instead looking to drag one from way outside the off stump. Should be signal wide.
Actually, just signal 1 for the over.
But Philip was in a standing position and the ball looked like it went overhead. So the rate has gone up to 12 now. becoming very difficult now for the West Indies.
Again, a delivery outside the off stump. Philip making a bit too much room there. Cannot access the ball that was so wide outside the off stump. And he's looking to tug it on the onside.
Certainly with the pace of Raja, if Philip could get enough bat onto this, I'm certain the ball could travel easily, hitting with the wind. So this is something that Philip should have been mindful of.
Again, short. And that ends the over. At the end of it, 201 for 7. And just 1 run in the over.
Well, good use of the short ball there by Raja. Certainly a number of short deliveries outside the off stump to Philip. Played at it a couple times, but did miss on every occasion. And perhaps he would be best advised that the balls that are outside the off stump to perhaps look to cut in that direction instead of looking to play the cross-batted shot, which clearly he will not have full control over, and more so he'll be hitting in the wind.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying there, Greg. And we're seeing that Mithun is sticking with Soumya Saka, who hasn't bowled badly.
Yeah, he has bowled well. Really bowling as full a length as possible, really not giving the batters the luxury of getting under. Whereas Raja on the other end is peppering them with the short deliveries.
Charles looking to pull, not getting as much contact or solid contact as he would have wanted, and settling for 1. And Phillips goes high, he gets height, no distance, and he's gone. He finds the fielder at a deep mid-wicket, or actually at a cow corner, and he has to go Anderson Phillip after he played a good hand. A little cameo of 15 of 22, but it has been a little too much for him to do on his own. Charles was trying as well, but it's now 202 for the loss of 8. Here's that dismissal again.
It looked like the ball came up the bottom of the bat. Like you said, there was elevation, but not the distance that would have required. But certainly it was a daunting task there for Philip. Certainly need to play a big hand, and certainly was not successful at his attempt. So Saka finally picking up a wicket for his good persistent bowling.
Preston McSween has joined Brian Charles now. 76 of 35. This is struck hard, back down the ground for 4. Brian Charles with a special shot.
Yes, a full delivery. Getting this one up the middle of the bat. Nice sweet sound of the bat. And just hitting this one back past the bowler. Long and long off, did not stand a chance. And the ball just raced into the boundary for 4. So certainly they would need quite a few more of these.
Indeed. And it's 206 for the loss of 8. slow delivery there from Saka, not giving him the pace to work with. Charles has to settle for one.
Saka certainly not afraid to use his subtle variations. We've seen every over so far. We have seen him bowl a few slower balls.
Preston McSween, what can he do for the West Indies A team? It's all left to him, Lewis and Brian Charles. Well, he's pulling this one away on the onside. He's off the mark. Preston McSween. $208 for the loss of 8. 70 more to get in 31 balls. 2 wickets for the Bangladeshis. This has been pulled hard. Saif Hassan is there. Only 1 to Charles. That ends the over. 45 overs have been bowled. 209 for the loss of 8.
The end of a successful over by Saka. When we saw the end of Anderson Phillip. So certainly a daunting task there for West Indies. Some 69 more runs needed. It's certainly maybe still an opportunity for Brian Charles to get a 50.
Yeah, there may be still a chance, and looks as though that Raja is going to finish off his spell from the Kaimaji end. He is going to finish off his spell. This one taking the splice of the bat, going back to the bowler, a bit wide of him.
And clearly Raja is prepared to bang the ball in and asking the West Indian batters to hit into the wind. So certainly they are using the conditions to good effect.
Yeah, they have done well today, the Bangladeshis. With the bat and with the ball. They've impressed. They're looking to set up the game on Saturday as a virtual final.
Most certainly.
Bangladesh, after 45 overs, they were 234 for the loss of 5. Well away from the West Indies in terms of that gap. Powerfully hit by McSween, but finds Sharat Hussain Deepu at the backward square leg. 1.
So very interesting approach by the Bangladesh team. Clearly they have sort out the conditions here and realize perhaps which end they could afford to bowl short and which end they should bowl the full length deliveries, and we've seen that been done admirably by Raja and Saka. You realize perhaps for the last 3 or 4 overs Raja has bowled, he has not brought not one delivery up.
Yes, he's bowled consistently short. But if you notice, his short deliveries were well directed.
Outside the off stump.
Yep. That is plan that he worked to.
So when we talk about consistency and whatnot, this is a model of consistency in terms of the bowling by Raja. Yes, continuously running, banging the ball short, but outside the off stump, asking the batsman to get it from there. If you want to pull into the wind, then do so.
And this time it's short, it's into the air, and falling in no man's land. Saka couldn't get there. The keeper, Xhaka, as well. And Charles gets one. Final delivery of his spell coming up for Reju Raman Raja. Delivery tucking up Preston McSween, was in no position to play that stroke. Was legged by signal by umpire Dayton Butler, as that completes a brilliant spell for Reju Raman Raja. 2 for 44 in his 10 overs. And Brian Charles, he's on 28. McSween is on 2. The score 213 for 8.
Yes, good bowling spell there by Raja. Certainly used the conditions out there to great effect. Wicket had some good bounce, good carry. And he consistently was hitting the deck hard outside the off stump and really did not bring the ball up where the batters could really free their arms. So the West Indies bowlers certainly has something to learn from Raja when it comes to consistency and working up of a plan.
Wide by Saka, the first rare bad delivery from him. Looking to get in a couple of Yorkers, Soumya Saka. Full toss, that's been smashed away for 4. Preston McSween, your beauty.
Yes, Saka looking for the wide Yorker. Certainly missed his mark. Low full toss serve there for Preston McSween, who took full advantage of this one and struck it to the left of the man at the cow corner region and got 4 runs. So Preston with some 20 odd deliveries left, still looking to fill his boots.
218 for 8. Pulling again, but Saif Hassan coming around. Looking for 2, McSween. Charles has been not kept up the momentum that he had when Philip was there and they were going at a rate of knots. Good delivery there from Soumya Saka, just inside that guideline, the wide Yorker.
Well, he certainly has used that delivery to good effect. Has been able to nail it on most occasions. Slightly missed his line a while ago.
Charles looking to reach it, and he did get one though. Brings McSween to face the final delivery of the over. 220 for the loss of 850 required from 20 deliveries. And actually, there's 2 deliveries in the over. There was a wide, the very first ball. McSween going through the offside powerfully. Rocky Bull comes around. And 2 to Preston McSween.
That's good shot there by McSween, but again, good bowling there by Saka. Keeping it full and wide outside the off stump.
56 from 19. That's the equation. Wide. That would just assist the West Indies batsmen a bit. McSween finding the fielder again, so he has 1. That completes the over. 47 overs bowled. 3 more to go. 55 to get from 18, sorry.
Still mathematically possible, but with those 2 batters at the wicket, it's gonna be a real daunting task for the 2 of them to achieve that feat.
I think they still feel they can. And it's going to be Mukidul Islam Mugdo coming in from the Kaimaji end. McSween on strike, and he's swinging for the heavens. Doesn't make contact.
So clearly the plan from the Kaimaji end is to bang in the ball short. We saw Raja did it successfully, and then Mukido is into the attack and is continuing the same plan of attack. Again, shot outside the off stump.
And, you know, I thought that still these guys could have been able to make contact with these deliveries if they would have played the uppercut over third man or over backward point, Greg.
Yes, certainly. Every time they attempt to play at those short pitch delivery outside the off stump, is always to play a cross-batted shot.
There it is again. At the very last moment, he was looking to do that, was just to play it over a third man or a backward point, and he didn't make contact.
Yeah, Preston McSween certainly inquiring with the umpires why this one was not called wide, and I believe rightfully so.
Good delivery again there, mixing it up. Short deliveries, 3 short deliveries, and now 1 fired into the legs of the batsman.
This one passed between the batsman and the stump.
Two overs to go after this one.
Caught behind this time or wrong.
Yeah, he's gone. As easy as you like. A short delivery again. Looking to take it from the off to play it into the onside. And he edges one into the gloves of Jaka Ali Anik Mugdo. He gets his third.
So certainly the short ball outside the off stump ploy has brought in some success. It is a ploy that they have persisted with. We saw it from Raja and then Mugdo. So certainly the Bangladesh team coming in with a plan, and they have executed it beautifully.
Yeah, they have. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, the man bringing out the water. The yellow bib on. And one delivery to go in the over. Mugdo can get 4. If he bowls this delivery on target. It's Sherman Lewis who's coming out to the middle. I think, the West Indies, Greg, they wouldn't want to get bowled out. At least if they can bat out the next 2 overs, that would be a plus for them at least. Final delivery of the 48 over coming up. 55 required from 13. Lewis driving. Gets 1, a chance for run out at the striker's end. Charles is home just in time. So 54 from the last 2 overs. 224 for the loss of 9.
Yes, West Indies. Certainly one would say the writing is on the wall. The question, as you said, can they survive those last 12 deliveries? And Sherman Lewis would be on strike. He has only faced 1 delivery and has gotten a run. And Brian Charles certainly has just gotten stalled in the 20s.
Yeah, he hasn't had much of the strike as well, Brian Charles. His rhythm just been halted a bit as Lewis plays this one down to long for 1. Saka has bowled, well, this is his 5th over now. He's bowled beautifully. He wasn't afraid to display his variety and to most importantly execute the Yorkers to perfection. Slow delivery there from Saka. Outside the off stump that has Lewis just fishing at it. Full toss flicked away to deep mid wicket. So at least if they can just, bat out the innings without getting bowled out, they'd feel a bit happy. Charles finding the backward point fielder. He looks a bit tired, Brian Charles, the way he's hanging on that bat. That's missing leg stump for sure.
Last over for the day's play. despite the fact that West Indies has not won the game, but it's still a good effort to take the match into the 50th over.
Yeah, very much so. 228 for 9. Looks as though Mugdo is going to finish up. Short delivery. Dot. Charles not being able to get bat onto ball.
I find usually what a batter would not escape with. That's what a bowler would escape with in terms of the short deliveries.
Charles connecting to this one sweetly. Gets one. Moves on to 31. Lewis pulling hard down to a deep backward square leg, and he gets one now. It's a good delivery there from Mugdo. Final two deliveries coming up. Charles has been handling the short deliveries well. So 46 to get in the final one ball, Greg. Well, it's a bit too much for the low order batsmen to do for the West Indies A team. Lewis just driving that one out to a deep backward point, and that's game, set and match here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Series level. Bangladesh and now getting their first victory of the series. It's 1-1, Greg Wilson. Good victory by the Bangladesh A team.
Yes, good victory indeed. They would be pretty pleased with the effort, first with the bat, to get to 277, and now with the ball they were very clinical, despite the fact the openers had a good opening partnership, but once they got the breakthrough, life became much easier for the Bangladeshi bowlers, and they really stuck to the plans and just whittled away until they were able to get some 9 wickets from the West Indies.
Yeah, the West Indies falling away in that middle period after a good start by Chanderpaul and De Silva atop the order. 38 to Chanderpaul, 68 to De Silva, and 31 from the young Teddy Bishop. In between there, Greg Wilson, Justin Greaves, Stephen Imlach, Ali Gatanis, Shamar Springer, those four batsmen threw away their wickets, you have to say.
Yeah, basically they did, and that in the process just stalled whatever progress that the West Indies top orders had made.
Yeah, definitely so. Brian Charles fighting knock with 32 not out. Anderson Phillip, he had 15 in the end as well, and Preston McSween 10. So that's the situation. West Indies losing by 44 runs. Mugdo, the pick of the bowlers for the Bangladesh team, 3 for 32 in 9. And Reju Rahman Raja had 2 for 44 in 10. One apiece to Saeed Ahmed, Rakibul Hassan and Soumya Saka. Soumya Saka, who bowled brilliantly at the back end of the inning. So that's the situation. West Indies A, they have been defeated here in the second unofficial one-day match by Bangladesh A at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground by 44 runs. The series is level. A virtual final has been set up on Saturday for the final match of this series and the final match of all of the matches that would have been played here between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Until Saturday, when we have more action for you right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, we say have a good evening on behalf of the entire team. Michael Rupwa, Jason Prasad, my co-commentator Greg Wilson, Matthew Rajaram, and myself, Visham Lalman. Have a good evening and enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.